Welcome into a special Valentine's Day edition of the Bulldog Basketball Blast here on E-Plus TV6. I'm Logan Whaley, and tonight the Union Bulldogs will host the Montevallo Falcons in a doubleheader. I'm joined by the head coach of the Union Lady Bulldogs, Coach Mark Campbell. And Coach, first off, team has been on a roll lately, winners of 11 straight, coming off of an 80-67 victory over Christian Brothers. What did you notice from your team in that win?
I think we're not playing very good defense. So that's one of the things that's been true of the last three games. We're trying to play a little faster. The press has got a little bit out of whack. I hope we fixed some things yesterday, but ultimately I like the pace we're playing at. Losing Avery and not having her in the last one, I think is a big deal for us depth-wise. But getting Deja back tonight, getting Avery back next week will really help.
And in that win over Christian Brothers, Morgan Martin had a phenomenal performance, career highs in points at 28 and rebounds at 21. Now, granted, Christian Brothers is an undersized team, but it's still a pretty impressive performance from the big man down low.
Yeah, and we didn't get the ball to her enough, to be honest with you. She only took 12 shots. So, she was great. She gave a great effort the whole night, really was physical, finished, had some and ones, and really shot well from the foul line too. So we needed her to have it because the rest of the team did not play very well.
And you mentioned the defense being lacking a little bit here in the past few games. The offense is not scoring over 80 points in each of the last 4 games. What has been the key to the recent success on the offensive side of the basketball?
Just pushing the basketball. We're just trying to have as many possessions as we can, and we're doing a really good job of getting it out of the net and getting it up the floor. Obviously, Jada Perkins is one of the best guards in the country at getting the ball north-south. So that's been a big piece. And again, we've got to invest in the pace because we want fatigue to be a factor late in the game.
And you mentioned Jada Perkins, 26 assists over her last 2 games. Really, it had 14 assists, was the second most by any Lady Bulldog in history in a single game. What have you noticed in the past couple games about Jada Perkins' recent success? Not necessarily scoring the ball, but even though she has had good outings scoring, but really distributing the offense.
Well, I think 1 is pushing it, and 2 is we've shot pretty well from 3. Both Emily and Tiffany have made shots, and so when they make shots, people have to help on Jada, and she's getting some easy passes, and they've done a really good job being ready to shoot. So we're not all there yet, but there's some things that are really good, and it's more our problem is not necessarily basketball things. It's just they're just team dynamics, continue to try to get better at that, and then once that happens, I think the basketball stuff takes care of itself.
Now, shifting gears to tonight, you face a very young Montevallo team that has really taken steps forward since last season. They got an experienced head coach and some really young players, especially in a guard like Nautica Philpott. What is the scouting report on Montevallo for tonight?
Well, they're going to play fast as well, and so I think the press can be really effective. They can post us up at the 3 guard, which is troubling for us because I don't think we're very physical at the 3 and the 2. And so we've got to be able to guard. They run a triangle post offense, which I'm not sure I've seen before since maybe I was with the guys a long time ago. We saw it one time. And so we've got to be able to defend that well and limit them to 1 shot so we can get the ball up the floor pretty quickly.
And they're coming off of a loss against Alabama Huntsville, but just 2 games ago they knocked off one of the top teams in the conference in Lee. What does your team need to do tonight to pick up the victory?
Well, I just think playing disciplined basketball, pushing the ball up, being unselfish, having some pride defensively, and again, I would like to see us doing a great job communicating and acting like we care about one another.
And finally, you got some good news back on Deja Graves?
Yeah, so Deja had her MRI earlier this week, and so we thought she had torn her ACL, and the MRI said no, so she'll be playing tonight.
That's awesome. All right, Coach, best of luck tonight. Thank you. All right, there you have it. The Lady Bulldogs coming in at 23-1 on the season. They will host Montevallo, a team that only had 4 wins last season, but they're sitting at 11-12. Should be a fun night of basketball here on E-Plus TV6. You don't want to miss it. But first, here's a look at the West Tennessee This Week pregame break.
The following program is a presentation of the broadcast journalism program of Union University and the news team of West Tennessee Today. This broadcast does not necessarily reflect the views of the staff, management, or news department of WNBJ NBC 39.
Hello, I'm Logan Whaley. In news across West Tennessee this week, another controversy erupts with the Jackson-Madison County School Board, this time over land for a new school. Medical marijuana is on the table in the state legislature. We'll find out if that has a chance of becoming legal. Our issue of the week continues to focus on juvenile crime and possible solutions. And news director Steve Beverly offers a commentary on a group of 5 that's quickly becoming a Power 5. First, A look at news in West Tennessee this week with Chloe Bitters, Alexander Bitterly, and Mary Barnes.
I'm Chloe Bitters. Education again took the top spot among the news stories in West Tennessee this week. What started out as a relatively calm Jackson-Madison County School Board meeting ended up with strained emotions and more questions from a frustrated community. West Tennessee Today News Director Steve Beverly was there.
It was not a night that looked to be tense until a tempest erupted 70 minutes into the meeting. The Long-Range Planning Committee for the school district offered a recommendation to extend an option for another 6 months for property on which to build a K-8 school. County commissioners have suggested they are inclined to go along with that plan. The cost of extending the option, $30,000.
If we purchase the property later, this will reduce the price by $30,000. If we fail to purchase the property later, we lose the $30,000 and the $10,000 will be paid earlier.
But suddenly, board chairman Kevin Alexander said he was concerned about not having enough land to expand beyond a K-8.
If we're going to build a K-8 to try to bring students back into our system that have left, I think having the option to be able to build a high school in the future on that same property would be very important.
In a surprising move, Alexander moved to table the decision until the next board meeting, only a day before the deadline to extend the option expires. That set off fireworks.
I have 3 daughters. Well, I do have one who's a 6th grader. I have 2 third-grade daughters. I do not want them on the same campus as my high school daughter. I don't. And I think I speak for most parents in this community.
I don't have any children. I don't want any 6th and 8th graders on campus in high school. So we're going to be going back and forth. I think.
Well, this is the thing. I think the county commission is about to get really mad at us.
Just last week, Meriwether, Johnson, and Black voted unanimously to recommend extending the option on the land. By voting to table, they went against their own recommendation. The same 5 have been in the majority of a number of 5-4 votes on the board since October. Board member Wayne Arnold says he thinks they are being influenced by an outside party.
I'm absolutely certain that this board is being influenced by people who are not on this board, unelected, and who feel they know how to do things better than the superintendent that we sought out to run this system.
So we wait another month with no guarantees of finding an alternative piece of property if the option is allowed to expire. Steve Beverly, West Tennessee Today.
The board's vote to delay a decision on the 42-acre plot of land brought some sharp responses from community leaders. Here are just a few of them. From A.J. Massey, school board member. If you are fed up with the current trajectory of our board and school system, please call and email all of the board members and express your concerns. Also, an encouraging email to our superintendent wouldn't hurt. From Kyle Spurgeon, President CEO, the Chamber. A few individuals are on the verge of fulfilling personal agendas that will cost our community billions of dollars in unrealized student achievement and economic success. The Jackson-Madison County school system, under the direction of Dr. Jones, has realized unparalleled success in the past 18 months. That success appears to be grinding to a halt under the direction of board chairman Kevin Alexander, who is apparently being manipulated to fulfill the wishes of Brent Lay. From Carol Ann Caldwell-Williams. When some constantly undermine the leader and work their own personal agendas without thought to what is happening to the district as a whole, they are not fit to serve. Teachers, students, and taxpayers don't deserve this circus. From Jay Bush, Madison County Commissioner. The school board meets March 14th to vote on whether to renew the option on the land to build the K-8. Please try to attend this meeting to support Dr. Jones. This isn't just about one part of Madison County getting a new school. This is about supporting a vetted plan with broad community support that will move our school system forward. Also at the board meeting was another eruption. This one was from a parent who was arrested on a middle school campus last week. Madeline Fleming has that story.
Monday night's school board meeting also brought an emotional round of comments from parent Arlene Pugh. She and her older daughter were arrested last week at North Parkway Middle School. Sheriff John Mayer says the woman and her daughter created a disturbance at the school office. Mrs. Pugh was ultimately tased.
She called the officer out. Instead of him listening to me, he immediately started pulling out his handcuffs and telling me that I was trespassing. I told him I could never be trespassing when my child is in this school.
She told the board she was at the school to protest her daughter being bullied. A third person was arrested the same day at North Parkway on an unrelated case. But Mrs. Pugh told board members she was asking for help because her daughter does not feel safe at school.
I went to the school a week prior to my arrest, or a week before my arrest, to tell the school that my daughter been fighting in the bathroom. Nobody got back with me about that, but they suspended my child.
The board made no response to Mrs. Pugh's requests. Madeline Fleming, West Tennessee Today.
A convicted sex offender entered a school on Tuesday and was arrested later on Lester's Chapel Road in Jackson. Jackson police took 39-year-old Chad Luttrell into custody. He's charged with violating the sex offender registry. Police say Luttrell went to St. Mary's Catholic School under the pretenses of entering into a business agreement with the school to recycle cardboard material. As he went into the building, someone recognized Luttrell as a registered sex offender. The school staff was notified and police were called. Luttrell is on the sex offender registry for a sexual battery conviction from June 10, 2009. He was arraigned in Jackson City Court Wednesday morning.
I'm Mary Barnes. Also on the crime beat this week, 2 men were arrested for alleged murder for hire plot. They're both charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Police say 43-year-old Stephen Taylor of Murfreesboro hired 22-year-old Greg Barnes of Humboldt to kill another Middle Tennessee man. The West Tennessee Drug Task Force broke up the plot last week. The intended target was the victim in a case of burglary and assault. Taylor was charged in that case. The task force agents say the plot was developed when Taylor and Barnes were both in the Gibson County Jail for a weekend. Investigators make use of online evidence to break up the plot. In Haywood County, a man turned himself in to the sheriff deputies. He now faces a charge of first-degree murder. He is accused of killing a woman found in a ditch near Highway 70 last weekend. 50-year-old Mark Springfield gave up to authorities after Ebony Fields was found. She died at the Memphis hospital after suffering injuries in an apparent assault. Fields died Monday morning. Deputies say she was living with Springfield in Stanton. Springfield faces the grand jury hearing March 25th. He's being held without bond. The Attorney General's office is warning you to be on the alert for healthcare scams. Many of them deal with health insurance. Here's how it works. Scammers call and try to sell you health insurance plans that aren't real. Sometimes all they really want is to get your personal information so they can use it for themselves. First off, never give out any personal information over the phone. Ask for the name of the insurance company and check online to see if it's for real. Call the Tennessee Insurance Commissioner's office if you sense it's a fraud. Also, call the local office for the Better Business Bureau.
I'm Alexander Bitterling. In the state legislature, it's been a busy first 2 weeks for Madison County's delegation. 2 Republicans have filed a bill to legalize medical marijuana in the state. West Tennessee Today reporter Nick Gutierrez reports.
Medical marijuana has been legalized in more than half the country. This is a store in California where a man with Parkinson's disease shops to buy a specific type of cannabis to treat his illness. In Tennessee, 2 Republicans have filed a bill in the state house to legalize medical marijuana here. But West Tennessee State Senator says he doesn't see it passing.
I don't think it has a chance to pass. Medical marijuana, it still has a lot of issues.
Supporters argue that the medical benefits of marijuana far outweigh the questions. But opponents say legalizing medical marijuana is just another step toward approving recreational marijuana use.
Some people say they would take the cannabis oil without the THC being, it can't be above 0.3, I think. There's some movement there.
A number of Jackson law enforcement officers have reservations because of the potential of medical marijuana reaching the wrong hands. As of now, we'll hear a lot of discussion, but we aren't likely to see a medical marijuana store in Tennessee anytime soon. Nick Gutierrez, West Tennessee Today.
Representative Chris Todd is the newcomer of the Madison County delegation. He was elected to succeed Jimmy Eldridge after Eldridge decided to run for mayor of Jackson. Todd says he's been on a learning curve since he took the oath of office last month. He's discovered some lawmakers file bills simply as placeholders with no intention to bring them to the floor.
And I've been learning more and more about those as I've had people in my office. It seemed like every few minutes I've got some different subject that we're discussing, and so that's probably the biggest learning curve, I guess you'd say.
Representative Johnny Shaw continues to push for more funding for pre-K programs. Shaw says it's critical to start teaching children before the kindergarten years to develop their learning skills. He wanted to see more pre-K money when the Tennessee Promise was started to offer free community education. He says internet pre-K is being discussed, but Shaw thinks it could be a problem.
I agree, but I don't wholeheartedly agree because Tennessee, rural Tennessee, is lacking in broadband. And I'm wondering how that's going to affect students who don't have broadband.
And if you're one of those people who loves to drag in the left lane when you're on I-40, you could be courting trouble. 3 years ago, state lawmakers passed a slowpoke law. That was designed to keep slow drivers on the interstate highways from staying in the left lane. Now, House members are pushing a new version of the slowpoke legislation. They want to see that extended to 4-lane roads off the interstate. Governor Bill Lee has not made any comment about the bill.
That's our look at the big stories across West Tennessee this week. Our issue of the week is how we win the fight against juvenile crime, both at home and in the schools. That's next on West Tennessee This Week. I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics. It bites upsets your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
And welcome into the desk here on E Plus TV6. I'm Logan Whaley. He's Alexander Bitterling, and special Valentine's Day edition of basketball. And Alexander, we're spending our Valentine's Day loving the game of basketball.
Absolutely, Logan. I spend every day loving the game of basketball.
That's true, not just this day. Well, we've got a Gulf South Conference doubleheader on hand for you as the Union Bulldogs and the Lady Bulldogs will host the Falcons from Montevallo. And first, we have the women's matchup. Montevallo, a team that has more wins this season than their previous 2 seasons combined, coming in at 11-12, a team with no seniors to speak of on the team. And Alexander, a young team coming off of possibly what was one of their biggest victories in program history, at least as it pertains to this decade, knocking off a very, very solid Lee team just a week ago.
Absolutely, yes. That game, I'm sure no one went into that game thinking Montevallo would pull out the win. But they did. It was a huge upset and definitely a big motivator for their season and the rest of it.
And Montevallo, that is their only win of their previous 6 games. A team that has struggled offensively over their past 6 games, only averaging just a little bit over 50 points per game over their last 6, but they've turned it on recently, scoring over 60 points in their last 3 outings. Their last outing was an 81-67 loss against Alabama Huntsville. Let's go ahead and get a look at the starting lineup for the Lady Falcons of Montevallo. They will send out Jennifer Andrew, the freshman forward out of Birmingham, Alabama, coming in averaging 3 points and 2 rebounds a game, making her 3rd straight start. Then you have Nautica Philpott, one of the top players on this Montevallo team. She's coming in averaging 12 points per game, also a little bit over 2 steals a game and a little under 4 assists a game as well. And then a change in the starting lineup, Kaya Sane, the Jackson Southside product, out of the lineup. She'll be replaced by another Jackson Southside product in Cheyenne Cunningham, the 5'6" sophomore, as I mentioned, from right here in Jackson. Then you have Cheyenne Flack, the freshman forward out of Summerville, Alabama. She's coming in averaging 6 points per game, coming off of a 7-point outing against Alabama Huntsville. And finally, Aaliyah Rice, the junior forward out of Decatur, Alabama, leading this team in field goal percentage at 46%. She's coming in averaging 9 points and 4 rebounds a game. And Aaliyah Rice coming off of a season-high 21 points. When you combine that Nautica Philpott and the fact that they run a triangle and 2 offense, as Coach Campbell mentioned in the pregame, that is really one of the first times he's ever seen that type of offense. Union is going to have their hands full tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not something that you see a lot. They haven't played a lot of teams that play that type of offense. So I think it's going to be just a little bit of an adjustment and change and see how long it takes Union's girls to really set up and find out how they need to play against that.
What does Montevallo need to do to pull off the upset tonight?
I think Montevallo needs to stay with Philpott. She's been doing great for them. She's their top player for sure. If she can get the ball, she can make shots, and she can get those steals like she's been getting all season and get the rebounds, I think they'll have a good chance at this game.
Philpott, the 5'6" sophomore guard out of Auburn, Alabama. This will be her 23rd start on the season. Coming off of a bit of a rough performance against Alabama Huntsville with 7 points. She did pick up 3 steals on the defensive side, so looking for a bit of a bounce-back game. Shifting gears now, taking a look at the Union Lady Bulldogs. Let's go ahead and take a look at the starting 5 for the Lady Bulldogs, coming in at 23-1 on the season, 15-1 in conference play. They come in ranking number 6 in the NCAA Division II coaches poll and number 5 in the media poll. There you see the Jadas leading the backcourt. Jada Perkins coming in averaging 11 points per game as well as 6.5 assists per game, alongside Jada Smith coming in, the 5'9" junior guard, averaging 14 points per game for the Lady Bulldogs. Then you have Kennedy Childers, the senior guard out of Johnston, Iowa, averaging 7 points per game. Then you have Tiffany Reachis, or Tiffany Threechis, as Gulf South Conference fans will refer to her as. She's coming in tied for 12th in Division II in threes made at 70. She is averaging 9.5 points per game. And, of course, Morgan Martin coming off of what was her best outing of the season, picking up her 11th double-double, a career-high 28 points and 21 rebounds, dominating the Christian Brothers Buccaneers as Union won that game 80-67. What are the keys to the game for the Union Lady Bulldogs here tonight?
Well, Union has to stay the way they've been playing all season. They've got to get the ball to the right people. They've got to get those rebounds. We've seen that Montevallo is a great team with rebounds. Union has a little less on the rebound count there as Montevallo. So if they can keep the rebounds, they can keep making good plays. That's their keys to the game.
Montevallo coming in, one of the better rebounding teams in the Gulf South Conference. They're 5th in GSC play at 39 rebounds a game, and offensive rebounding is a strong suit of the Falcons as well. They're averaging 12.5 offensive rebounds per game, and Union in conference play, statistically the worst offensive rebounding team. Kind of surprising, but then again, Union among the top teams in field goal percentage shooting, so it kind of balances out. But for Morgan Martin, coming off of a big game, 28 points, 21 rebounds, she's going to have to stay out of foul trouble.
Absolutely. The night the other day, she had 21 rebounds. That's the 4th most in Union history. That's not something we talk about a lot, but that's really an accomplishment that she had the other night at Christian Brothers.
Yeah, the Lady Bulldogs, and especially with Jada Perkins, as we mentioned, 14 assists against Mississippi College just a couple of games ago. That was a performance where only one other Lady Bulldog in history has had at least 14 assists in a game, and that was Amy Phillimley just a few years ago. She had 14 3 times, going along with 15 assists. Jada Perkins, 26 assists in the last 2 games. We'll see if the Lady Bulldogs can continue their success. They face a very scrappy Montevallo team. At this time, we're going to take it down to Josh Simmons for the starting lineup and the national anthem of tonight's contest.
For the sign-up competition. We thank you in advance for your cooperation. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Union University's friendly gymnasium at David Blackstock Court for tonight's competition between the Falcons of the University of Montevallo and your Union Bulldogs. At this time, we ask that you would stand for our invocation by Pastor Gary Miller and remain standing for our national anthem by the Bulldog Pep Band.
Join me, please. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us today. We thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to witness this athletic contest. We pray that you be with everyone involved, the players, coaches, cheerleaders, officials, and even us fans, that we would do everything that we do to honor and glorify your name. Give us your protection, and thank you for your provision, especially the provision of our salvation in Jesus Christ. In his name we pray. Amen.
Gary Banana. Starting at 4, the 6-foot freshman out of Birmingham, Alabama, number 1, Jennifer Andrew. Starting at guard, a 5'6" sophomore from Auburn, Alabama, number 10, Montevallo Falcons. Starting at 4, the 6'1" freshman from Somerville, Alabama, number 21, Shane Flack. At guard, a 5'6" sophomore from right here in Jackson, Tennessee, number 24, Cheyenne Cunningham. And at 4, a 5'10" junior from Decatur, Alabama, number 34, Leah Rice. And now for your Union Lady Bulldogs, head coach Mark Campbell in his 20th season, assisted by Sarah Hedman and Katrina Littleman. Starting at guard, a 5'5" senior from right here in Jackson, number 1, Jada Perkins. At guard, 5'9" junior from Hoover, Alabama, number 2, Jada Smith. Also at guard, a 5'9" senior from Johnston, Iowa, number 3, Kitty Childers. At guard, 5'9" senior out of Martin, Tennessee, number 21, Tiffany Richards. And at 4, the 6'2" graduate from Davenport, Iowa, number 22, Morgan Martin.
So there's a starting 5 for both teams. Again, it's Perkins, Smith, Childers, Reaches, and Martin, the 5 for Union, and the 5 for Montevallo. You have Andrew, Philpott, Flack, Cunningham, and Rice. The Falcons are coached by Gary Van Atta, the Trevecca graduate. His 29th overall season as the head coach, his second stint. Montevallo coached for the Lady Falcons back from 1989 to 1996. This is his 3rd season in his 2nd stint. Van Atta was also the head coach at Trevecca and at UT Martin for 7 years. And of course, the Lady Bulldogs coached by Mark Campbell, 609 wins, 91 losses. Should be a fun night of basketball here on E+ TV6. He's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley. It'll be Martin set to tip off against Andrew, the senior versus the freshman. The tip is controlled by Smith, and we're underway here on E+ TV6. Quickly, Childers throwing up a shot, and it's no good. Not a bad look there by the senior Childers, just couldn't get it to go. This is Philpott against Perkins, going to be the matchup to watch here tonight. Again, there's that triangle and 2 offense you see, and it's going to result in a turnover. It'll be Lady Bulldog ball. So controlling the basketball going to be an early key for Montevallo. Not a good sign there to see a turnover. Here's Union. Smith driving. Retreats. Smith turns it over into the hands of Cunningham, the South Side product. Dribbles into a chap, gets it to Philpott. Works it inside to Flack, and the Lady Falcons are on the board first. A good ball movement there by the Falcons, but on the other end, Reaches can't get the 3 to go. It rims out. Cunningham gets the ball across half court. It's Rice, and Rice turns it over. This game's starting to pick up speed already. Perkins on the drive, kicks it to Childers, and Childers gets a shoulder block into the cheerleaders. And it's going to be a foul approximately 101 times out of 100.
Yeah, Logan, there's no times that is not a foul. No matter what, no matter how blind the officials are, that's a foul.
So early on, these two teams wanting to pick up the pace. Union a little bit cold offensively here in their first few possessions. They slow it down here. Reaches open from downtown. No good. Martin will get fouled off ball by Jennifer Andrew, and that'll be her first. Or excuse me, her second. And already we're going to see Courtney Smith, the sophomore forward out of Birmingham. Union on the inbound. Childers knocks down the right elbow jumper. And quickly, Montevallo wants to run, but Union has the trap they want. Cunningham able to get it out to Philpott. She connects for two. And Union turns it over. Here comes Montevallo again the other way. Philpott 3-on-3. Works it inside. Smith can't get it. Now here's Union again. Smith actually lost a shoe. So man down, Union, and Jada Perkins will get fouled. Perkins will head to the line to shoot two. So Perkins will go to the line to shoot two, a 77% free throw shooter. Connects on the first. It's between Perkins and Smith on the two best free throw shooters on this team. Perkins 77%, actually 76.8. Jada Smith at 77% even. Perkins goes 2 of 2 at the charity stripe. And Montevallo quickly inbounding. So I mentioned Cheyenne Cunningham, and Southside fans will definitely remember that name. Also played soccer at Southside, a two-sport athlete. Feeds it inside to Smith. Count it. Actually, she traveled. Got a little bit ahead of myself there, and so did Courtney Smith. So Alexander, these two teams not really playing the best basketball early on, but either way, it's still pretty fun to watch.
Absolutely, but this is definitely one of the more dry 2 minutes and 20 seconds of Union season.
Smith on the drive, kicks it to Regis, wide open. Can't get it. One of the rare times that Regis, wide open, not a soul near her, was not able to connect. On the drive, and Rice with the right hook. Good. So Leah Rice, the junior forward out of Decatur, Alabama, the transfer out of Northwest Florida State Community College. Foul off the ball, and that's going to go on Cheyenne Flack. That'll be her first, but the team's fourth, and already Alexander with 7 minutes to play. Union could be in the bonus. So Childers, as well as Regis checks out. Beard and Miracle Gray checks in. Smith on the drive, pull up Jay, good. And the score is increasing at a rapid pace here as Montevallo somehow able to take the 12-6 lead right before our very eyes. Unreal basketball, folks, and they correct the score to 6-6. Union playing a bit of matchup zone here. Looks like a 1-2-2 look. Cunningham, left elbow Jay, short. But the offensive rebound and putback, and it's good by Cheyenne Flack. So again, Montevallo, as we previewed, a team that really thrives on the second chance opportunities. Working it around the perimeter. They get it inside to Martin. One of Martin's first looks of the afternoon, and she converts. Got a tie game at 8. And Morgan Martin coming off of a career-high 28 points to go along with 21 rebounds. Ball loose. Gray almost committed the foul there. Philpott expanding her range, no good. Flack, another offensive rebound, and another offensive rebound there from Montevallo. So Alexander, Montevallo really attacking the glass on the offensive end.
Absolutely, and I think they have to, Logan. I think they know that. They need to get in there. They need to at least take some shots and hope they go in.
And Union, again, anytime you go to a zone defense, it's going to be tough to rebound out of a zone. It's got to be a key for the Lady Bulldogs here tonight. The early rebounding battle. Montevallo leads 6-1. So Smith at the line, a 60% free throw shooter on the season. Childers checks in, Smith checks out. 5 on the court. You have Perkins, Beard, Gray, Childers, and Morgan Martin to round out the 5. Smith 2 of 2. Now here's Union wanting to run. Number 10 on number 10, Gray on Philpott. Or should I say Philpott on Gray. Martin, a nice drive and a nice finish. Tipped. And possession will stay with the Lady Falcons. So again, we're seeing Union very aggressive on the defensive side of the basketball here early on.
Yeah, I think they realize Montevallo is a team that gets a lot of rebounds. They take a lot of shots. I think they realize that they need to get the rebounds early.
And if anything, forcing turnovers too. Montevallo has 3 early turnovers. They've started to settle into their offense here. Union perhaps looking to disrupt that flow. Cunningham working it around the perimeter, getting it inside to Rice. This is a bit of a mismatch here between Rice and Childers. Forced jump shot there, no good by Smith. They had to shoot it late in the shot clock. Childers on the drive, layup off the glass, good. Childers coming off of a 7-point performance at Christian Brothers her last game. Also had a very solid 12-point outing at Mississippi College. Quickly the other way, Flack with another offensive rebound, and she'll be rewarded with 2 free throws. So Cheyenne Flack leading everybody with 3 rebounds, all of them on the offensive end. We're going to take our first media timeout of the night. It's the Lady Bulldogs leading Montevallo 12-10. You're watching Union basketball here on E+ TV6.
Here's the best buy you can get for free. 54 unique and beautiful Tennessee state parks. You can hike and swim, fish and go boating, golf and camp out. Even enjoy our inns and cabins. And admission is always free year-round in your 54 Tennessee state parks. Go to TennesseeStateParks.com for fun and adventure, naturally.
There you see the head coach of the Union Lady Bulldogs. That is Mark Campbell. Coach Campbell, 20 years, 609 wins, 91 losses. In conference play, though, his record is 112 wins and 28 losses in GSC play, which is absolutely incredible. Lady Bulldogs with a 12-10 lead over Montevallo, and early on, Alexander, Union's offense has been a little bit up and down, but Montevallo getting a lot of second chance opportunities, but just unable to convert.
Yeah, Union has not gotten a lot of the defensive rebounds in this game so far. I think that's going to be a key, that they need to shut down that defense and get the rebounds before Montevallo gets a chance to.
So Cheyenne Flack will head to the charity stripe to shoot 2. Flack coming off of a 7-point performance against Alabama Huntsville her last game. Had a season-high 16 points and 10 rebounds against West Alabama earlier in the month. Flack 10 of 22 at the charity stripe on the season. Goes 1 of 2 there. And it's 12-11 in favor of the Lady Bulldogs. Regis thought about it top of the key. They get it into Martin. Regis this time will take the 3. A little bit off balance was Regis, and now here comes Montevallo with a 2-on-1 advantage. But look at Jada Perkins there, able to work her way down the court. Absolutely unreal. It's out of bounds and will stay with Montevallo, but goodness, talk about shutting the window there. It's a 2-on-1 advantage for Montevallo, and when you have a guard as quick as Jada Perkins, boy, that window closes quickly. So Montevallo will set up their offense, trailing by 1. Philpott on the drive. Flack can't handle the pass, and it'll be Union basketball. Under 4 minutes to play here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Perkins tried to get it inside to Martin. You can tell Smith rather frustrated after the miscommunication there between her and Martin. Looked like Smith had a pretty good look there, just didn't pull the trigger. And Montevallo barely beating the 10 seconds there. Tipped out of bounds. Wonderful defense there by the Lady Bulldogs. Philpott pulling the trigger. No good, not even close. Don't know what Philpott was thinking there. Regis will show Philpott how it's done, and same result, a miss.
She is yet to make a three tonight, a little bit different than what we're used to from Tiffany Windsor.
Regis 0 of 4. It's all right. Flack on the other end with an easy layup, and Montevallo has regained the lead. Well, we saw Regis the other night in our last broadcast against West Georgia. That was last Thursday as Morgan Martin gets the friendly roll and lead once again back to Union. But Tiffany Regis in the first half was 0 of 6 against West Georgia and then pretty much exploded in the second half. Went 4 of 5 from downtown and was able to lead the Bulldogs to an easy victory really over the Lady Wolves of West Georgia, and it was a quality win. Flack with a foul. Childers a bit banged up. That'll send Martin to the line. She'll shoot 2, with it being the 5th team foul. In other games around the Gulf South Conference to tell you about, West Alabama is at Christian Brothers tonight. Lee is at Alabama Huntsville. West Florida with a home matchup against Delta State. As Martin hits the first. Martin on the season, 76% free throw shooter. So we'll see Gray and Beard checking in. Alabama Huntsville with the early lead, 12-8 over Lee. Martin 2 of 2. Then 2 other games, Auburn Montgomery hosts West Georgia and Valdosta State hosts Mississippi College. Again, some very good games on tap here in the Gulf South Conference. Smith with a steal, Martin spin, way too strong on the layup. Deasia March just checked in for the Lady Falcons, sophomore out of Montgomery. Jared Coach Campbell say that was a terrible pass there, Jada Smith. You typically don't want to give the ball to your bigs in transition, but that's exactly what happened there. Missed shot there from Montevallo. Perkins, wide open path to the rim, and she'll connect.
Now she's a player that Montevallo cannot leave open. They should know by now she's a high scorer, and if she's driving in, you've got to get someone on her.
And Montevallo just unable to stop the ball there, and I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Foul goes against Miracle Gray. That'll be the team's 3rd. Her 2nd personal. So this will be Paige Ward to inbound it. Ward, the junior out of Huntsville, Alabama. We'll also see our first look at Savannah Lee, the TCA product from right here in Jackson. The 6'2 forward going up against Martin, connects. And right across the way, you have a fan section for Savannah Lee. Her younger sister, Macy, also plays at TCA. And in Alexander, Savannah really had a solid career at TCA.
Absolutely. She's a 1,700-point scorer in her high school career.
Broke TCA's rebounding record as a junior as well with over 1,000 rebounds. Anytime he could do that, that's pretty good. Her younger sister, as I mentioned, Macy Lee, also playing at TCA. Perkins connects on the first free throw. Some scores to give you around the conference. I mentioned the games on tap. Christian Brothers leads at the half over West Alabama 34-28. And that's a game where if West Alabama loses and Valdosta State wins as well as Delta State, those 2 teams will punch their ticket in the Gulf South Conference tournament as Perkins goes 2 of 2 at the line. Valdosta State up big over Mississippi College, 39-16 at halftime. West Florida leading by 10 over Delta State, 19-9 in the first quarter. That's the scores from around the conference. So again, a very good night of basketball in the GSC on tap. Tipped, stolen. losing the handle on it is Perkins. Now Union will get it across half court. Beard open from downtown. Got it. Emily Beard, 46% shooter from downtown, but on the other end, Ward can't connect. Lee with the rebound. Count it. And the basket. Or excuse me, and the foul. I mean, you can count the basket with the basket as well, but typically, whenever you say count it, you count it plus the foul.
Now, how about that fan section over there when she scored those points there? Did you see all those people over there, Logan, that just went absolutely wild for the hometown native?
Absolutely. Lee, again, somebody that this is the first time that really her family and friends get to see her play back in Jackson. Lady Bulldogs played at Montevallo last year. Able to hit the and one there. Union will have the final possession here, leading 23-18. Lee already off the bench with 5 points, and the young freshman going to be a player down the stretch for this Montevallo team. Union around the perimeter. They've struggled in last second possessions. Smith, the runner, good.
Now you mentioned Lee already has 5 points. She only averages about 6 points a game, so I wonder if she has a little bit of hometown energy coming into this game.
5 points. Second on this Montevallo team, second to Flack, who has 7. But at the end of the first quarter, it's the Lady Bulldogs leading the way 25-18. We'll have the second quarter of action for you next here on E+ TV6.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
Back here on E+ TV6, you get a look at Coach Campbell and that number 12, Deja Graves. Thankfully, Coach Campbell able to get a good report, as well as Deja able to get a good report on her knee. Thought she tore her ACL, but got a good report. She could be back as early as, well, you might see her tonight. You never know. She also could play this weekend when the Lady Bulldogs host West Alabama. So, Alexander, early on you see Union and Montevallo going back and forth, but Union shot 60% from the field in that first quarter of play, and honestly, it felt like Montevallo's defense could not stop the Lady Bulldogs.
Absolutely, and I think a big part of it was Union's defense. We talked about earlier, a little bit of adjustment they would have to do to play against Montevallo's offense. And I think we saw them make that adjustment in the second part of that first quarter, and that's the scoreboard shows exactly that.
So it'll be Montevallo ball to start the second quarter. Looks like a turnover. Jump ball, possession will go to the Lady Bulldogs. So good defensive possession there for Union, and just a miscommunication there on Montevallo's behalf. Lady Bulldogs against West Alabama. We'll have that for you right here on E+ TV6 Saturday afternoon. Tip-off for that game is at 2 o'clock. We'll have the pregame for you right here on E+ TV6 at 1:30. Union ball. This is Perkins with it. Perkins on the drive, can't finish. And on the rebound, there will be a foul. That was a good job there by Perkins, able to beat her man off the dribble, but could not finish. And Childers will pick up her first foul, and that will send Morgan Martin to the scorer's table. Union with a bit of a man press look. To get it in the hands of Philpott. Looking for it down low is Rice. Martin with a swat. Tipped around. Montevallo regains possession. This is Ward. And 3 to shoot. And they're going to call a foul on Miracle Gray. Gray bailed her out there. And that'll be her third. That'll send Regis to the scorer's table, and Regis plus Beard in the lineup has a lot of potential. Down low, Rice against Smith, and Rice able to get good positioning and finish off the glass. Smith down low to Martin. Martin can't finish. Good look though by Smith. Now Montevallo with it. Falcons coming in 11-12, 7-8 in Gulf South Conference play. They are 8th right now in the conference, right on that border. A win here tonight would do wonders for the Falcons as Paige Ward connects from downtown, and we'll see Coach Campbell burn his first timeout. Lady Bulldogs led by as much as 8. Montevallo's cut it to 2. They open the second quarter on a 5-0 run. We're going to take a timeout with Coach. We'll be right back after these messages.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
Back here on E-Plus TV 6, Lady Bulldogs took a quick timeout there, and we'll take it to our sideline reporter, Reagan Smith.
Well, Logan, what Coach Campbell was saying in that last timeout, with Graves out for the foreseeable future, that leaves them a little thin at the 4 and 5 spot. So rebounding has been a little bit of a problem. He wants more effort on the defensive glass. Offensive rebounds for the other team will lead to putbacks, which puts Union in a hole, and they don't want that. Back to you, Logan.
Thank you, Regan. And again, rebounding has been all Montevallo at this point. 14 rebounds for Montevallo, only 5 for the Lady Bulldogs. Second chance points, Montevallo leads that category 10-0. So again, Montevallo just dominating the rebounding.
And that's something we mentioned in the pregame, Logan. We said that that is what tends to happen when Montevallo plays other teams. And the important thing for Union to do is to cut that number. They need to make it closer, get more of those rebounds.
Organization night here at the campus of Union University. The organization that brings the most students will receive a prize at the end of Saturday's game. 3 by Childers, no good, but Regis from downtown got it. Well, we mentioned offensive rebounding from Montevallo. Union gets their first second chance points of the night, this time a 3 by Tiffany Regis. Jump ball there as Ward and Perkins get tied up. Possession will stay with the Lady Falcons.
Logan, you mentioned the student body here at the games. We see a lot of couples here on Valentine's Day night, and I think it's an easy date. It's a cheap date, and I think the young men here at Union really enjoy that prospect as a date for Valentine's Day.
Hey, especially if the lady likes sports, if she likes basketball, I mean, why not take her to the Fred?
Absolutely.
Free for students? I don't see why not. Get to watch a couple of good basketball games. It's Courtney Smith with an easy look down low, a one-possession game. But quickly, Union coming the other way, inside to Martin. Martin, nice baseline drive and finish.
Even though it is Valentine's Day, Logan, one of these teams today may leave with a broken heart.
That was a good one. That was a good one. And you are right, Montevallo, in this case, coming in 7-8, tied with West Georgia. In case you're wondering, the tiebreaker there between the two teams, West Georgia and Montevallo, I believe, are all knotted up at 1. Actually, I take that back. Montevallo beat West Georgia all the way back in December. So Montevallo, if the tournament started today, they would be in as the 8th seed. Martin, too easy.
Montevallo being the potential 8th seed, Union being the potential and probable 1st seed.
Yeah, Union 2 games up over West Florida as it stands right now. West Florida, give you a scoring update as soon as we have a break in the action here, but inside, Aaliyah Rice breakdown of Union's defense there. And again, back to a 3-point game.
Now, we've seen her do that multiple times tonight, Logan. Already with 6 points, but every one of those points has come through driving in and just tearing up the defense. Easy layup.
Martin. Smith. Pull-up jumper, good. Smooth jump shot by Jada Smith. Smith coming off of a 14-point, 8-rebound, 5-assist performance, and she'll get the foul call here. She tried to plead her case that Smith double dribbled, but instead it's going to be a foul on Smith. That'll be her second, team's third.
We saw a little bit of frustration from Coach Campbell over here on the bench, clapping his hands and yelling at her. He was not pleased with that play.
Have immediate timeout coming up. Montevallo playing with 2 bigs out there in Lee and Rice. Rice unable to get that one. Childers can't corral the rebound. Gray will come in. Childers will check out. You can tell Childers very frustrated as she leaves the court. Scores around the conference. West Florida up 12 over Delta State early in the second quarter. 32-20 is the score down in Pensacola. Philpott dialing it up from downtown. No good. Savannah Lee with a putback. Savannah Lee playing a fine game off the bench for the Falcons. Perkins from the right corner. Long. Montevallo able to work it out of the trap. Rice with a jump shot. Good. Aaliyah Rice and Savannah Lee powering this offense right now for the Lady Falcons.
Down 7 points at the end of the first quarter. Now they've cut that lead. Well, it was 1. Now it's back up to 3.
Nice spin and score there by Morgan Martin. Give her 14. Already building off of what was an incredible performance at Christian Brothers Monday night.
Now, Logan, we see the cheerleaders have broken out the defensive sign, a little bit of a defense chant. How big is that for this game here?
It's huge, and especially they're able to force the turnover there as we headed to the media timeout. Union up by 3, 36-33. Morgan Martin dominating for the Lady Bulldogs. I don't think we're going to take a media timeout, actually. I'm wearing orthopedic shoes today. I stand corrected. Here's Perkins. No comment?
No comment.
None at all? Too much?
A little bit.
Okay.
But we'll let the viewers decide.
We'll see Deja Graves head to the scorer's table. Good sign there for the Lady Bulldogs. Smith, forced jump shot. Tough one. Can't get it. Another turnover for Montevallo. That is turnover number 9. And we'll see Deja Graves check in for Miracle Gray. And a nice ovation there for Graves. And again, thought her season was done for. Had a scary fall against West Georgia. But again, good to see her back on the court. Don't know if she's 100% playing without a knee brace here. She typically does. They get it inside to Graves. Going up. Can't connect. But she'll go to the line to shoot too. Again, Graves, a very physical player underneath when she wants to be.
Yes, and she showed that right there, checking in, and within the first 10 seconds already drawn a foul.
Graves, a 61% free throw shooter. She has had knee problems this season, so curious to see how she'll look here at the charity stripe. Off right iron. But again, Coach Campbell realizing that Montevallo has 2 bigs out there, and Aaliyah Rice and Savannah Lee countering by putting Deja Graves in the game, if not to give Morgan Martin a little bit of a rest. Philpott with it. Martin back to the scores table.
Graves is already commanding the defense here. She's already checked in. She's telling the other girls what to do, where to guard, and where to be.
Missed three, top of the key by Aaliyah Rice. Rice only a 19% three-point shooter on the season, 5 of 27. That one a no-go. Graves will check out. Martin will check in. Union working it around the perimeter. Reaches from downtown. Got it.
That's more of the reaches we're used to seeing compared to what we've seen the rest of tonight.
Reaches now 2 of 6 from downtown. She started 0 of 4. Union up by 7. Rice guarded by Reaches, top of the key. They get it to Smith, and she's fouled by Childers. That'll be her second, team's fourth. So that will send Smith to the line to shoot 2. Now we've seen Union start to pull away a little bit. Montevallo staying in there, but what can Montevallo do, especially on the defensive side, to contain Union?
Well, they've got to really watch those drives in. We've seen quite a bit of drives from the Lady Bulldogs tonight where they've driven in and really not a lot of contests for Montevallo.
And when the Lady Bulldogs are successful on the drives, that really opens up the three-point game, which we've seen Tiffany Reaches get a few open looks from downtown. Emily Beard has a 3 as well. 2 of 2 at the charity stripe is Smith. Give her 6.
And Reaches was struggling a little bit earlier from the three-point line, but we've seen her recently maybe get more back into her groove.
Reaches demanding the ball, leaves the 3 short. Here's Montevallo the other way. Philpott, pull-up jumper, tough shot, rims out. Don't think that's a shot Montevallo was looking for there. Smith doubled. Childers open, the moon ball 3, a thing of beauty.
And that's the thing we just discussed from Union. Driving in, looking for the three-point, it's open, and take that shot.
Childers with 7, matching her total from just a couple nights ago at Christian Brothers. Basket good there by Savannah Lee, give her 11. In case you're wondering, Lee, that is her season high. She had 11 points against Auburn Montgomery back on January the 19th. She has 11 in the first half. Childers tried the no-look pass to Reaches. Instead, it lands in the hands of Smith, who hits the free throw line jumper. 8-point game. Lady Bulldogs up 45-37. And honestly, when Union's offense clicks, it's a thing of beauty.
Absolutely, and they do very well of spreading out the points throughout their players.
Childers on the defensive end drawing the charge. Again, we heard Coach Campbell in the pregame show mention that he hasn't been too impressed with his defense as of late. And honestly, ever since that performance against West Georgia, they allowed Shorter to 66, which again, on paper, not bad, but that was the most points Shorter has scored all season. And granted, Union wound up winning that game by over 20 points. It was 90-66. But then at Mississippi College, they gave up 81, and granted, sickness was going around at the time. It's flu season pretty much here at Union. So Union's players still recovering from that illness. Almost a travel there. Union's bench, and pretty much everyone here wanted a travel. They'll call Deja Graves with a foul. That'll be her first. Anytime you have sickness, it's going to be a tough recovery period too, and trying to get back into the flow of things. It's really one of the first times in a while that Lady Bulldogs have finally gotten over some sickness. And again, Avery Carpenter out tonight for the Lady Bulldogs, and that's a much-needed bench piece for Union down the stretch. Carpenter with a concussion, and she's going to be out at least for the foreseeable future. We'll see if she'll dress out Saturday, but currently in street clothes on the bench. Union a chance to go 2 for 1 here, although at the pace they're going, may not opt to take that opportunity. Childers on the drive. She can't finish, but she'll head to the charity stripe to shoot 2. And again, I stand corrected. Union does go 2 for 1. They should have the ball for the final possession, although Montevallo might hold for 1 if they make it. It'll only be 2.9 seconds separated between the shot and game clock. Childers, a 74% free throw shooter, misses the first. Second of 2, got it. It'll be Montevallo ball here, trailing by 9. Philpott guarded by Perkins. Rice, top of the key. Ward, inside. Lee gets Graves off her feet, can't connect. Here's Childers, and the buzzer sounds, just missed from half court. But at the end of the first half, Union leading Montevallo 46-37, and early on, Alexander Union shooting 59% from the field.
They haven't taken a whole lot of shots, but the shots that they've taken, they've made good use of.
So some quick stats to give you before we take a quick commercial break. Savannah Lee, 11 points and 4 rebounds, leading the way for Montevallo, tying a season high. And for Union, Morgan Martin, 14 points on 6 of 8 shooting. 8 points from Smith and 8 points from Childers, 6 points from Reaches and Perkins. So going now to the locker room, it's Union with a 9-point lead over Montevallo, 46-37. When we come back, we'll have an interview with the men's head coach for the Union Bulldogs, Coach Dave Niven. Stay with us.
I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment that hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You wouldn't do that. So why do you do this? Distracted driving kills an average of 9 people and injures over 1,000 every day in America. Put down your phone. Lives depend on it. Don't drive intoxicated. Don't drive intoxicated. A sobering message from AAA.
Back here on E+ TV6, Lady Bulldogs with a 9-point edge at halftime over Montevallo. Shifting gears now to the men's side. It'll be a fun matchup between the Union Bulldogs and the Montevallo Falcons. I'm joined now by the head coach of the Union Bulldogs, Coach Dave Niven. And Coach, first off, team was on a 6-game winning streak before heading to Christian Brothers Monday night. A bit of a tough loss there, but overall, Christian Brothers, one of the better teams in the Gulf South Conference, and your team hung in there for a good while.
Yeah, we didn't play very good. I think Christian Brothers is probably the best offensive team in our league, and we really struggled to guard them. Made a lot of mistakes, turned the ball over at a high rate, and you know, they took advantage of that. We weren't able to get enough stops, so that was you know, I think another learning experience for our guys. It was a quick prep for that game. Didn't have a lot of time to prepare, and you know, the things that you have to do well, particularly defending cutters against those guys we didn't do a very good job of. So fortunately, we get another shot at them in a couple weeks, and we'll play better.
And before that loss, your team had won 6 in a row. Really was connecting well on the offensive side of the ball and the defensive side of the ball, for that matter, too. Taranda Smith has strung together really some spectacular performances, had 27 points a couple nights ago at Christian Brothers. What's been the key to his recent success?
You know, I think he's playing with a lot of confidence. He is learning how to use just the God-given talents he's got. He is maybe one of the fastest players, probably the fastest player just running that I've ever coached, but that's translated into half court for him. He's shot the ball pretty well this year, and so when teams come out there to take that away, he can go around just about everybody. And he's been able to create some for his teammates, but he's pretty slippery when he gets into the paint and can get around the help defender, and he's got really good footwork and has become a better and better finisher as the season's progressed. And so he's able to score from a lot of different places, and I think that's why you see him putting up some big nights.
And you face a Montevallo team tonight that they have struggled as of late, but a team that doesn't really have one player that stands out, but they are a cohesive unit, so to speak, a very talented program at Montevallo. What's the scouting report for Montevallo tonight?
Well, they're a lot different than what we just faced. They're much better defensively than Christian Brothers. That's probably their strength. They can guard you, and they've got long, really athletic players. So we're going to have to be patient offensively, move the ball, get it to change sides of the floor, and try to take advantage of players in the post, try to take advantage of the perimeter. We're just going to have to be, I think, a lot more patient than what we were Monday night, because this team can really defend at a high level. They've got guards that can all shoot it. They've been streaky, but we don't want to let them get going from three. I think if you allow them to get some open looks early, they become a lot better shooters. They've got very, very good post players. This is probably the strength of their offense is going inside, and they've got some big guys that are difficult to guard. They play probably 2 post players just about as much or more than anybody in our league. So it'll be a little bit different challenge tonight than what we've seen most nights.
Now, Coach, I know your team doesn't really pay much attention to the conference standings, but a win tonight would secure your spot in the Gulf South Conference tournament. A win tonight, obviously, a very important game. What does your team need to do tonight to win?
I think, for us, just the ability to come out, take care of the basketball on the offensive side of things, that's going to be a big key. It's one of those things where, here as our team has continued to grow and progress, we feel like down the stretch that needs to be one of the strengths of our basketball team, is that we are a low turnover team. Our goal every night is to be under 15% of our possessions end in a turnover. I'd like to see that really even get down lower to 12 or even around 10%, which is most nights we're averaging about 80 possessions, so that should get you around 8 or 9 turnovers a night. And I feel like if we can do that we're pretty efficient offensively.
All right, Coach, best of luck tonight. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Union and Montevallo. Union leading by 9 at the break. Alexander and I will be back at the desk to break down what we just saw in the first half after this.
This changes everything. TiVo is here. Search and control your cable channels and streaming video apps with one remote. Record 6 shows at once and build a library of favorites with one pass recording. Then watch on any TV in your home, or browse and view on Wi-Fi devices with the free View It app. Call E+ Broadband to add TiVo and ask about our new packages.
So I'm just gonna pour it right over top of it.
Hey!
Oh my God, I love this song!
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39. Back here at the desk, it's the Union Lady Bulldogs with a 46 to 37 lead over Montevallo. Get my numbers confused. I'm a broadcast major. We'll just go right past it. Anyway, the Lady Bulldogs, a hot shooting performance in the first half, 59% from the field. They were 4 of 11 from downtown, and Alexander, really, it was just a great offensive first half for both teams.
Absolutely. We saw Morgan Martin had 14 points. Jada Smith had 8. Kennedy Childers had 8. And then on the other side at Montevallo, Savannah Lee had 11, the hometown native. Not usually a starter, but a huge performance from her.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the half stats. And you'll see here the field goal percentages high for both teams, 59% for Union, 47% for Montevallo. Montevallo only 1 of 7 from downtown for 14%. Union 4 of 11, 36%. Montevallo 6 of 9 from the charity stripe. Union 8 of 10. And you see the rebounding battle there. Union not able to get a ton of looks. Only 1 offensive rebound, 10 total. Montevallo with 18 rebounds, 7 of them offensive. And again, you look at the second chance points. Montevallo leading the way 12 to 3. So really, if anything is going to keep Montevallo in the game, it's limiting turnovers and, again, getting those second chance looks.
Absolutely. And Courtney Smith has been huge for Montevallo, getting 4 rebounds in that first half. And if she can continue under the goal getting those rebounds, they might have a good chance at coming back.
And again, you look at, the scorers for Union, 14 points from Martin, 8 from Smith and Childers. You also have 6 from Perkins and Reaches, 3 from Beard, 1 from Graves. Perkins also with 6 assists. And again, you look at Union on Valentine's Day, very fitting, sharing the love on the offensive side. A team that is very unselfish with the basketball. But again, what are the keys for Montevallo? And I know we mentioned rebounding and limiting turnovers, but what else can they do to get in this game?
Well, they've got to figure out something to do with Morgan Martin. She has 14 points. She has 1 assist. She's got 2 rebounds already. They've got to shut her down in some way. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they've got to find a way to be able to limit her scoring opportunities along with those other things we already talked about.
And for Union, really, they limited turnovers there in the first half. Only 4 turnovers. They stole the ball 4 times. What can the Lady Bulldogs do in the second half if they want to pull out the victory?
I think they need to keep doing what they're doing. We saw the little bit of an adjustment phase we saw there in the first quarter where they didn't exactly know what to do with Montevallo's offense. But they adjusted well. They locked down the defense. They started getting some of those rebounds, some steals, and then they really converted that over there on the offensive side.
And you look at the scoring now from around the conference. Again, this is very big for Montevallo's sake. A win here would keep them at 8th. And also, again, with a West Georgia loss, that would really give them the number 8 spot. Alabama Huntsville is at 9-6. They pretty much, they're not in the tournament yet. But again, Valdosta and Delta State, those are the 2 teams that are expecting to clinch a conference tournament bid here tonight. So taking you around the conference, Lee leading Alabama Huntsville. The third quarter just got underway there in Huntsville. 25-19 is the score. And then in Pensacola, West Florida leading Delta State 46-35. That's probably the top game to watch there in the Gulf South Conference. West Florida looking to stay put at second place in the conference. They're 13-3. Lee at 12-3. At half at Valdosta, it's Lady Blazers leading 47-29 over Mississippi College. Again, Valdosta State, one of the sleeper teams, if you will, in this Gulf South Conference tournament. A team that, again, as many of you remember, played Union in the South Region Championship game last season. A team that lost a lot, but they're starting to come on strong down the stretch here, sitting at 4th place in the Gulf South Conference, just behind Lee. And then at Christian Brothers, this is a matchup that could determine a lot. If Valdosta wins and Delta State wins, that pretty much secures their spot. But what would confirm it would be a West Alabama loss to Christian Brothers. And in the 4th quarter, 51-49 is the score. And again, 10 points from Lytle, Jones, and Atkins for Christian Brothers. Breanne Lytle, as most Jackson natives are aware, a TCA product. And what a TCA team really that was when you look at it, with Savannah Lee and Lytle on the team. TCA, again, a very good basketball program, and I'm sure a good friend Alex Northcutt will appreciate the TCA shout out here on E+ TV6. One more score to give you, as West Georgia trailing Auburn Montgomery 19-11, could be a huge upset in the GSC. Here at Union, it's Lady Bulldogs leading 46-37. Again, Union 59% shooting from the field. They are getting out-rebounded 18-10 by Montevallo, including 7-1 on the offensive rebounding side. But Union limiting turnovers, as you saw there. 10 turnovers for Montevallo, only 4 for the Lady Bulldogs. So again, second half set to get underway soon. You heard the keys to the game on both sides. Montevallo needing to limit turnovers, needing to continue crashing the glass, and they also need to find a way to stop Martin. And as you heard from Alexander, Union just needs to keep doing what they're doing, shooting 59% from the field. Martin leading all scorers with 14 points. Almost underway here in the second half of play. The 5 out there for the Lady Bulldogs, back to their starting 5. You have Perkins, Smith, Childers, Reaches, and Martin, the 5 down there. And for Montevallo, the same starting 5 they have out there with Andrew, Philpott, Flack, Cunningham, and Rice. It's Union ball here to start the second half of play.
Now it's a little bit interesting, Logan, that Lee's not back out there on the court. She had a huge first half.
I think you might see her quick enough as Tiffany Reaches opens up the second half with a 3 from the left corner. Yeah, typically, I mean, you never know with teams if they will go back to their starting 5. Most teams do, but again, when you've had a half like Savannah Lee did, it's kind of surprising not to see her out there. Reaches is feeling it, can't get this one to go, but Jada Smith is there. She can't put it back.
And specifically with a team like Montevallo, not a team that usually has consistent starting 5. It's a team that may be still figuring out a couple things, a really young team. So you would think that if someone was playing well in the first half, you'd put him back out there for the second half.
Rice thought about it, said kicks it to Andrew. Rice, right baseline jumper, can't go. Here Coach Campbell screaming go, 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 wanting Union to pick up the pace. Perkins on the drive, can't finish. Martin with the rebound and the putback, give her 16. And Martin already at her season average of 16 points a game. She's also coming in averaging a little under 10 rebounds a game as well. And a 10-second violation. So already Union picking up the pressure on the defensive side of the basketball. Montevallo looks startled.
And I bet that the talks in the locker room with Coach Gamble really hammered in on that the defense needed to be there. The defense needed to show up in this game.
So it'll be Union ball. Their largest lead of the game at 14 points. Inside to Martin, easy bucket inside for Morgan Martin. They break the press. Savannah Lee already back in the game for Montevallo. Left corner 3 by Ward, got it. And we see a timeout taken here by Coach Van Atta. We'll take one with him. It's going to be a media timeout. Union, a quick start here to the third quarter. They lead by 13 here on E+ TV6.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
You hear the fight song of the Union Bulldogs and the cheer by the Union cheerleaders as Union up by 13 here. Cheerleaders a lot to cheer about, and for good reason. Union starting off the second half strong, outscoring Montevallo 7-3 out of the locker room. And Alexander, it's really been the Morgan Martin show here to start the second half.
Absolutely. Already she's gotten 4 points this half, I believe. She's got about 2 rebounds. She's just really gone in there and really played basketball.
She's gotten good positioning down low, too, and I think that's really what's led to the easy buckets we've seen down low. Second horn sounds are ready for play here. It's going to be Union ball. Getting honestly impressed by the crowd here tonight. It is Valentine's Day. Of course, Savannah Lee bringing in a lot of fans as Miracle Gray with a wide open lane, and she'll finish.
Now, speaking of Valentine's Day, there's something we haven't really addressed, Logan, and it's these Montevallo uniforms.
That's true. Donning the pink. I honestly was not expecting them to don the pink as Regis knocks it off of Savannah Lee. They're going to give the ball back to Montevallo. Regis was already out of bounds. Yeah, the pink uniforms, I like it. And you see some teams in the Gulf South Conference. I know West Florida, for a fact, has pink uniforms as their alternate, kind of going off of their color scheme a little bit. So, hey, gotta love seeing it.
Yeah, I would definitely rock one if they'd like to give us some over here at the scoreboard table.
Well, you know, we can't be biased.
That's true.
On air. But honestly, if they were to sneak us a couple of uniforms, I would not be offended.
Absolutely.
In the slightest. Bucket down low by Flack. Give her 9. Perkins. They get it to Smith. Smith kept her dribble, but they're going to say she double dribbled. There's Cunningham with it. Wide open underneath is Lee, but Union tips it, and it's Perkins the other way. Cross court to Gray. Now Smith with it, top of the key, and the Lady Bulldogs will set up their offense. Perkins from the far corner, air ball. Gray with a rebound, no good. Now Cunningham loses the handle. And now she double dribbled. It looked like they totally missed that one. They get it, the Hail Mary pass down low to Lee, but Union recovering well on defense.
And that's something that's really important for Union to do. We've talked about it quite a bit tonight, talked about it from the beginning of the game, halftime, and now. It's definitely important that Union gets the ball or at least stops the ball on defense.
Again, that was a dangerous pass there by Cunningham. It worked that time. That ball, typically don't want the ball to be in the air for that long of time. But again, Savannah Lee playing the snowbird, if you will, going back home for winter.
And Cunningham is a Jackson native we haven't really heard a lot from tonight. She had 2 rebounds in the first half, 1 assist, 1 steal, but not a lot as far as points are concerned.
Smith on the other end gets the bucket to go, and yeah, you're right. Cunningham hasn't really played a lot, too. He's only played about 9 minutes here in this game. Making her second start on the season. Knocked away, turnover.
Now Cunningham only averages about a point per game, but she averages about 6 rebounds per game, which is really important for Montevallo at this point in the game.
Emily Beard connecting from downtown, give her 6. Union has their largest lead at 18. Cunningham against Childers. Perkins with assist number 8. Again, Perkins offensively a little bit below her average here in the last few games, and here's another turnover by Montevallo.
Now, right there, Logan, was an example of the lockdown defense we've really talked about with Beard and Martin right there guarding right on the ball.
Martin will take a breather. Graves will check in. Perkins, Childers. As you see, Perkins taking the ball up the court right now. Smith with it. Beard in the corner. Graves setting the screen. And they're going to call a foul, I believe, on Lee. And that will be number 3 on Miss Lee. Again, I understand Macy Lee, Savannah's younger sister, getting some college looks as well. So that Lee family just playing extremely well at TCA, both of them. Beard open again from 3, and Emily Beard now 3 of 3 from downtown. And Emily Beard, when she's on, she is deadly. 3 of 3 from downtown. We're going to take a media timeout. Union opens up the third quarter on a 17-5 run. And we're going to take a media timeout. Union up by 21 here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium.
On a lawn mowing service, Propane works for you. Propane can go where you go. Tanks easily changed, no spillage, quick transition, clean burn, increased energy efficiency. Propane, the affordable, clean alternative fuel wherever you mow. Find out more about JA's ProGas. Call 422-7500. Propane, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Part of JEA today.
Union opens up the third quarter on a 17-5 run. Emily Beard with back-to-back threes for the Lady Bulldogs, and honestly, it's been a great start to the second half for Union, leading by 21. You see Coach Campbell there in the huddle. We're going to take you around the Gulf South Conference. We got a close one in Memphis. Christian Brothers, a team that Union beat 80-67 Monday night. They are winning against West Alabama at the final media timeout of the fourth quarter. The score is 58-57 in favor of the Lady Buccaneers. More scores to give you at halftime. A barn burner in Montgomery, as AUM leading West Georgia 24-16. That is a high-pace scoring outburst there in Montgomery. Anyway, Valdosta State up 52-40 over Mississippi College. West Florida leading 53-39 over Delta State in the third quarter, and Lee holding on to a 2-point edge over Alabama Huntsville, 36-34. And here at Union, it's the Lady Bulldogs holding on to a 21-point lead over Montevallo. Montevallo just looking to get going offensively as we see our first look at Tierra McLeod. Turnover by Ward, and it's a shot clock violation. It's a shot clock violation. As the referee makes this signal, the shot clock ran out before the ball went out of bounds, and even if it was Montevallo ball with 1 second, I don't think they could have gotten it off. So it's Union ball, and again, turnovers have just plagued Montevallo here in the second half so far. Deja Graves will get called for 3 seconds in the lane, and it'll be Montevallo ball.
Now, Logan, you mentioned the turnovers we've seen in this half. We can't help but wonder what the conversation was like in the locker room. We've seen a lot of defensive changes here on the Lady Bulldogs in this half, and I think that contributed from what Coach Campbell had to say in the locker room.
It'll be Montevallo ball. Inside, McLeod tries to save it, but it's out of bounds. Tierra McLeod is a freshman forward, 6'2", out of Ozark, Alabama. The last game played was all the way back in January in the home loss against Valdosta State. Only played 4 minutes. It's her first action since then. Her 10th game played on the year. Beard, top of the key, guarded by Courtney Smith. And Courtney Smith with a shoulder tackle of Morgan Martin, and that will be foul number 3. So it'll be Union ball underneath. Montevallo has been held scoreless over their last 4 minutes.
That's something that will be deadly for Montevallo. If they don't break that quickly, this game is in the books.
And Montevallo needing a run and quickly. A block there by McLeod. Here comes Montevallo. This could be the spark they need. And a turnover. And momentum pretty much gone there. Inside Childers. To Beard from the corner. Emily Beard, 4 of 4. A 5'6" guard out of Dixon, Tennessee, the sophomore for the Lady Bulldogs, with 4 threes, 3 in the second half. Foul on Morgan Martin down low.
Hey, hold on.
And they'll call it a shooting foul. That'll send Aaliyah Rice to the line. Rice, her first 2 attempts at the charity stripe. A 69% free throw shooter. It's the first. We'll get our first look at Jordan Jones, the freshman guard out of Helena, Alabama. 5'10", making her 20th appearance on the season. Rice, a perfect 2 of 2. Tip stolen by Jones. Jones, layup, good. Jordan Jones just checked in, made an early impact there.
That's the kind of energy that you can see coming right off the bench, Logan. Sometimes a player will come off the bench and just explode. We've seen it with Beard on the Lady Bulldogs side.
And Montevallo desperately needing a spark. At least got it there. Again, Martin, nice move, nice finish. Martin with 20. And honestly, like, you see as Marsh misses a 3, Union unable to get the rebound. Shot by Smith good, and she'll be fouled by Childers. She'll head to the line to shoot 2. And again, as we saw in college basketball, no lead is safe. You want to avoid the run as we saw in the Duke and Louisville game just a few days ago.
Absolutely. We saw many NCAA fans turning off the game, assuming it was over, and then Duke came back and just surprised us all.
Yeah, I was in disbelief of what I just saw. I believe analytics had Duke at a 99.9% chance of winning the game. In the words of the great Yogi Berra, it ain't over till it's over. 2 of 2 at the line is Smith. Give her 8 points. It's one of my favorite things, really, the Yogi-isms. As Jada Smith off the glass, good.
Absolutely. And Logan, you and I as baseball fans ourselves, Yogi-isms truly mean a lot to us.
Yep, you know, Yogi-isms including, you know, if you see a fork in the road, take it.
Absolutely.
Baseball is 75% physical, the other half mental. All from the great mind of Yogi Berra. Again, baseball season has gotten underway here at Union. Of course, in the professional world, pitchers and catchers have reported spring training is right here before we know it. But here at Union, the Bulldogs are off to a relatively good start. 5-2 on the season. A doubleheader win against a good team in Maryville University. Beard, why not? Emily Beard, money from downtown, 5 of 5. Again, the Lady Bulldogs softball team under first-year head coach Mackenzie Scher. She will be back home later in March. Here comes Union on the break. They get it to Beard. Can Beard go 6 of 6? No. Streak over. But Martin gets the rebound. The entire Union bench stood up expecting that one to go in. I was almost standing up too. Blocked by Rice. Let's see if it'll be a foul on Rice. It is.
Now, Rice is a player we heard a lot from in the first half as far as Montevallo is concerned, but in this half she's been relatively silent.
Yeah, Rice really using her size to her advantage. Haven't really seen a lot of that here in this half. Martin to the line. She's 2 of 2 today. So we see her first look at Jada Perkins in a good while. Martin hits the first. Perkins in for Smith. The substitution of the Jadas. Rice checks out. Andrew checks in. We'll see Reaches check in for Childers. Martin at 21 points and 6 rebounds at 28 and 21. Martin 2 of 2, now at 22 points. Her previous season high before the 28-point game was 21 points, and she did that 3 times in this season. She has 22 here tonight. Could possibly break her previous best. Spin. Wild shot, no good by Smith. Another rebound for Martin. Gray swatted out of bounds by Smith. And Smith goes to the lobby, checks out the concession stand, and comes back into play here. I've heard good things about the concession stand. I wouldn't know. We don't really get food here at the scorer's table. Not complaining or anything. 11 to shoot here in this quarter. Beard. Money. Emily Beard, 6 threes, and it was all Union in the third quarter. Going in to the fourth quarter of play, Union up by 30, 78 to 48. Union led that quarter 32 to 11. Final 10 minutes here on E+ TV6. You don't want to miss it.
Stainless steel with the finest craftsmanship. Swiss made. That's worth like a bunch of hits. My dad doesn't even wear it all the time. He won't even know it's gone. I'll just take it out of his room when he goes to work. If he realizes it, I'll blame it on my little sister. I'll be set for a few days. It's okay. When I can, I'll buy him another one.
The world looks different when you're addicted to opioids. Don't let a prescription become an addiction. To learn more, visit opioidassist.com.
Back here on E+ TV6, fourth quarter of play about to get underway here between the Lady Bulldogs and Montevallo. Union up by 30. Here's our sideline reporter, Reagan Smith.
Yeah, Logan, Coach Campbell's ordered that press that they've been using for the first about 2.5 quarters. He's ordered that to stop. He's also trying to get his team to play in position. A lot of times they've been wandering down low, especially Emily Beard wandering down low like she's a big. Trying to keep that to a minimum and just close out this game real quick, Logan.
Thank you, Reagan. Again, Union dominating performance in that third quarter. 32 points in one quarter. I got to check with our main man, Stephen Aldridge, the sports information director, but that is incredible. You don't see that too often in one quarter.
And Emily Beard had 15 points in that quarter. Morgan Martin also with about 8 of her own.
Yeah, Emily Beard outscored the Lady Falcons 15 to 11 in that quarter. I mean, that's impressive. It'll be Montevallo ball here to start the fourth quarter, and I mean, goodness, this game really did escalate quickly. A 9-point lead for Union at half as Jordan Jones give her 5. Her season high is 12. It's Christian Brothers back in January. Again, good sign for Montevallo to see somebody like Jordan Jones step up off the bench. Nice backdoor cut, but Perkins can't finish, and she'll grab her own rebound.
Now, Logan, where have I seen a Jordan wearing a number 23 before? It seems familiar to me.
I can't put a finger on it as Miracle Gray misses. It seems like there is a certain Chicago Bull that wore number 23 and had a pretty good career. I don't know.
Maybe Alex Northcutt will know. We'll ask him on Saturday.
Yeah, I never really did ask Alex. And again, I'm sure TCA fans could probably, they probably know Alex's number on the court. I never asked him what his number was. Could have been number one on the court, number 1 in your hearts. To quote the game plan, that the movie literally escaped me for a second. Well, we mentioned Jordan as Emily Beard checks out, gets a standing ovation. Childers checks back in.
Now, Emily Beard is only a sophomore for Union. I bet she'll have a huge impact in her rest of her 2 years here at Union University.
Absolutely. You saw Beard step up a ton last year for the Lady Bulldogs, and especially there's one game against West Alabama. It was around February last year where Beard just went off from downtown, kind of like what we've seen here tonight. Again, just a bright future, and a travel by Perkins will be Montevallo ball. So Montevallo opening the quarter on a 5-0 run of their own.
Now, Logan, you corrected yourself, but we are in West Tennessee, so I think what we saw here tonight is correct.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned Michael Jordan, the debate for the ages. With LeBron James still playing, is Jordan still the greatest of all time?
Well, if we're talking about this season compared with Jordan's, I believe that's an easy answer.
Tell us.
Well, LeBron has not exactly had the season that the Lakers have expected or wanted him to have. We saw him come in his first year there. He's had a little bit of an injuries, but even though he's been back, he hasn't led that team to many wins.
Well, and no one really expected LeBron to lead the Lakers to a championship this year, especially with a young team, as Morgan Martin will check out. And, again, injuries can pile up, and, I mean, you know, the same could be said about Michael Jordan later in his career. He didn't really set the world on fire when he donned a Washington Wizards uniform, to say the least. Again, I'm unbiased. I'm not giving my opinion or anything. I do, you know, I could see both arguments. That's the con of being a broadcaster from time to time. Graves can't connect, and Gray, a tough landing there by Andrew. That'll be Gray's fourth. But, I mean, it is rare you see somebody win 3 rings in a row, retire for a couple seasons, come back, and then win 3 more in a row. It's unreal. And, of course, you know, if you just breathe around Michael Jordan, I'm sure he'll tell you about the fact that he's won 6 rings in his career. But either way, it's definitely a conversation to be had. It's one of the great debates in the world of basketball today. I'm sure people who watch Michael Jordan play will not let go or will not perhaps even consider the fact that LeBron has surpassed him. I don't think he has, but again, you never know.
I really think it's an argument that's divided between the generations. We see the Michael Jordan generation really sticking by his side, maybe some of the younger fans sticking with LeBron's side.
It's a 10-0 run for Montevallo to start the quarter, and a turnover by the Lady Bulldogs. Again, this has been a concern for Coach Campbell down the stretch. He really wants to see Union finish games. Right now, Union not starting the fourth quarter off well right now. Montevallo's cut it to 20.
And Union University fans might wonder why, when you have a huge lead like this, why finishing games is such a big deal. Now, maybe at this part in the season it's not, but the closer we get to March, and we already know that Union's clinched a spot in that tournament, that is definitely an important factor that we'll see.
Oh, especially teams that Union will face down the road, and I'm sure Union has this date marked on the schedule as Montevallo connects on the layup there by Andrew inside to Graves. Turnover. Coach Campbell frustrated, and here's Lee. Lee spin and gives Savannah Lee 20 points. A season high. The TCA product. They try to force it again to Graves, and another turnover. And Alexander, it's not over, to say the least.
We talked about it earlier. We mentioned the Duke game the other night, Duke and Louisville. But you're right. Any lead is not safe. It doesn't matter what it is. If one team tries hard enough and plays basketball well enough, nothing's safe.
Jones open for 3. She'll take it short. We'll see Smith on the drive. Open layup. Count it. First bucket of the fourth quarter for the Lady Bulldogs. Only came 3 minutes and 39 seconds. And we'll see Beard, Childers, and Martin check in for Graves, Reaches, and Gray.
Now going back to the LeBron discussion, we saw a huge lead there when the Warriors had that huge lead on Cleveland a couple years ago, and LeBron led his team to upset the Warriors in that 4-3 finals win.
Jada Smith missed the free throw, forgot it was an and one. No, everyone on the court forgot that it was an and one. Smith padding her stats a little bit, gets the offensive rebound and the left elbow jumper, and Coach Campbell wants a timeout. Union up by 20 here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if pipes upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
Back here on E Plus TV6, Montevallo with a run here to start the fourth quarter of play. They open the quarter on a 14-0 run. Jada Smith had an and one, missed the free throw, but got her offensive rebound and the putback. Take you around the Gulf South Conference. First in Huntsville, UAH trailing Lee 55-49. Tight game there in Huntsville. West Florida dominating Delta State. They're up by 29 with 7:21 to play in the fourth quarter. The score is 71-42. And whistle here. Not sure what's going on. Were you waiting for the second horn? I think we are. There it is. We're ready. Valdosta State knocks off Mississippi College 63-55. Though Mississippi College outscored Valdosta 26-16 in the fourth quarter. West Alabama scratches and claws their way to knock off Christian Brothers. Final score 65-63. Valdosta and Delta State will not clinch their spot in the tournament here today. And the final score to give you 26-23 is the score. Auburn Montgomery with the lead over West Georgia. Here's Perkins. She'll retreat. Childers on the drive. Martin working for it down low. Martin really wants it down low. Union's trying to get it to her. Instead, Smith will drive off the glass. No good. But she'll head to the line to shoot two.
Logan, while you were updating the viewers on the scores around the conference, some viewers may have noticed Coach Campbell down in the bottom of their screen looking a little bit heated over here by the bench. Just a little bit frustrated with his girls and the way they've been playing recently.
Well, the fourth quarter hasn't been the prettiest for Lady Bulldogs. Pretty much been all Montevallo. It's been really, all Montevallo. Smith got the first bucket of the fourth quarter, and Jada Smith has all 6 points for the Lady Bulldogs here in the fourth quarter. Union counters with a 6-0 run. Cunningham guarded by Perkins. They get it to Jones. Jones dials it up. No good. Lee rejected. Martin frustrated with the call, but she'll get hit with her third foul. They'll send Lee to the line. What a night for Savannah Lee.
All you got to do is block out. That's it.
Hits the first. Scoreboard has her with 21. Stats here that I have her with now 19. Two of two at the line is Lee. Either way, she has over 20 points in this game, that's for sure. (20 points, 8 rebounds. Good night, Morgan Martin. That's been there all night long. Give her 24.
Martin now has a serious chance of breaking that season high that we talked about earlier.
It's at 28. If they keep on giving the ball down low to Martin, she could very well do that. Jones top of the key. Wide open is Ward. Smith recovers quickly. Lee, no good. Smith throws it over the top. Here comes Perkins. She'll get fouled by Ward. The intended target was Emily Beard, but Jada Perkins used her speed to catch up to the ball. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that before. I don't know if we're going to get an immediate timeout or not. We could have already taken it, and no, we haven't.
Now, Jada Perkins is one of the shorter ones for the Lady Bulldogs. but she is very quick with her feet. She will surprise you there with her quick sprint.
We'll see Ellie Pratt head to the scorer's table. As we see Smith check back in, as well as number 25, the freshman Alyssa Williams. Perkins with 7 points and 10 assists. 3 straight games for Jada Perkins with 10-plus assists. 2 of 2 there. Miracle Gray will check in. And Jada Perkins climbing up that leaderboard of all-time assist leaders here at Union. A very, very prestigious leaderboard to be a part of as well. Kayla Hudson with 784 assists leads everybody, as Savannah Lee, expanding her range, can't connect. Childers. Back to Smith. Smith playing the point guard position with Perkins out of the game. Foul underneath. They're going to call it on Lee, and that is number 4. And Tierra McLeod will check in for Lee. I don't know if that's the last time that Lee will see action, but what a performance it was for the TCA product. 20 points. Martin, count it.
And that's exactly what we've seen all night from Morgan Martin. We talked about it. They can't leave her open down there. Montevallo just can't. Definitely something they have to focus in if they want to even make this game close here at the end.
If I were in the Department of Analytics, as Martin can't connect on the and one free throw attempt, I'd say Union has a 99.9% shot of winning this game. 26 points in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. And, of course, I might have given the announcers jinx there, as the shot is good there by Alyssa Williams. So we'll see Deja Graves check in for Martin. Martin will check out with 26 points, 11 of 14 from the field, 7 rebounds, a couple of blocks as well. Smith, free throw line, gives it to Pratt. Pratt will dial it up from downtown, long. Look good from here. Ellie Pratt, the sophomore, her 14th game played this season, as Smith with a rejection on the 3.
We talked about that was the key to Union's win, and we've definitely seen it here in the second half.
Coach Campbell with a cat-like reflexes, as Ellie Pratt able to save that one, and that gets an ovation from the Union fans here. Hey, Coach Campbell definitely showing he still has the cat-like reflexes there. Miracle Gray can't connect on the layup, and they'll call the foul on Childers, which will be her 4th. That'll be the team's 5th. That'll send Montevallo to the free throw line.
Now we know Coach Campbell as a great coach already, but now it seems like he's also a great athlete still.
Still, the Lipscomb product played under the legendary coach Don Meyer. Again, had really some phenomenal players around him. Lipscomb, now a Division I school. At the time they were NAIA. And really just the amount of NAIA schools that have gone Division I that have been in the same conference as Union, I mean, it's staggering, really. You have Belmont, you have Lipscomb, you have other teams that are around this area that have been able to go Division I and be relatively successful. That was that Volunteer State Athletic Conference back in the day. And again, Coach Campbell just, again, 20th season, 609 wins, looking for 610 tonight. Childers was pushed by Paige Ward, and she'll head to the line to shoot too. Childers with a chance for her 9th and 10th point of the night. We have men's basketball for you on tap next here on E-Plus TV6. As Montevallo and Union will square off in the second of 2 games here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Montevallo coming in at 9-16, 5-10 in Gulf South Conference play. They've lost their last 5 games. Union coming off of a 15-point loss at Christian Brothers Monday night, looking to rebound and perhaps clinch a spot in the Gulf South Conference tournament. That is the story of that game. We'll see if Union can, after missing last season, we'll see if they're able to bounce back. Turnover there. Childers passed it over the head of Smith. Smith will check out. Beard will check in. And solid outing there for Jada Smith. 18 points on 8 of 10 shooting, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals. It's a line we're used to seeing from the senior. Foul underneath on Childers, and she is fouled out of the game. And now we'll see our first look at Kaylee McClennan. McClennan, the freshman forward out of Huntland, Tennessee, 5'10". The last game played was at Shorter back in January as free throw no good by Williams. McClennan coming from a very successful Huntland program as Jones and Marsh will check in for Montevallo. 1,000-point scorer in high school and his second all-time in scoring. He's also a 4-time goalie of the year. He's on the softball team. A 3-sporter. 92-69 the score. 2:10 to play. Cross court to Pratt. Pratt driving baseline. Kicks it to Graves. No good. But Graves will head to the line to shoot 2. Great job there by Ellie Pratt, able to get the pass down low to Graves. Graves tonight, 1 of 2 at the line. Leaves the first one short. Union's kind of stalled here at 90 points, 92 points. Second of 2 from Graves, good. Last time Union scored 100 points in the game was back in November in the 109-50 win over Brescia. See if Union can perhaps reach that total here today. Graves with a nice defensive effort there over McLeod. 6'4" against 6'2". I'm going to venture to say 6'4" will win that. McClennan from downtown. Bank was not open. Hey, I can't blame McClennan there. I mean, just checked in the game. Don't get a lot of playing time as Gray will get called with a block. That'll be her 5th. Hey, 2 Lady Bulldogs fouling out of the game.
That is not something that Coach Campbell is thrilled with.
And we'll see McKenna Montgomery check in. And McKenna, her 3rd game played on the season, the walk-on out of St. Louis, Missouri. Also a golfer for Union, set the record for the lowest 18-hole score in program history. Jones good on the first. Again, it's kind of odd you see the 2-sport combination of baseball and golf.
Absolutely. I don't think I've ever seen a golfer who also plays basketball, especially at the collegiate level.
Coach Van Atta will take a timeout, but we'll keep it right here on E+ TV 6. And Alexander, really just a dominating 3rd quarter is the entire story of this game.
Yep. We saw it pretty close going in after the first half. Union really just took it away there in the 3rd quarter. Here, it's been a little bit closer, not as much Union dominated, but definitely in the 3rd quarter it was dominated.
Montevallo leads the 4th quarter 23-15. Although Union, it was a 14-0 run by Montevallo to start the 4th quarter of play. Now Montevallo's gone cold. They've only hit 1 of their last 9 field goal attempts. So it'll be Beard to take it up. It's Beard, McClennan, Pratt, Graves, and Montgomery. They get it inside to Graves. That's an easy bucket. So Union awe-inspiring performance there in the third quarter. They'll improve to 24-1 on the season, 16-1 in conference play. They'll remain among the top, or the top team in the Gulf South Conference, 16-1. Quick check-in on West Florida. That game just went final. West Florida wins 77-55. They improved to 14-3 in Gulf South Conference play. They remain in second behind Union, 2 games back with 3 to play. And meanwhile in Huntsville, Lee and Alabama Huntsville tied at 59 with 2 seconds to go. Ellie Pratt on the drive, rims out. And you hear the biggest groan from the Union fans. They really wanted that one to go in. Shot by Marsh, no good. Union unable to get the rebound here, and they'll call a foul on McLennan. That'll be her second. Lee is taking a timeout, and we'll keep you updated on how this game ends. Haley Schubert, the freshman guard, with 15 points. Abby Bertram with 14 for Lee. Bailey Johnson with 21 for Alabama Huntsville. First of 2, good by Williams. Already told you Valdosta won by 8 over Mississippi College, 63-55. West Alabama and Christian Brothers, the Lady Tigers, able to squeak out a victory. Auburn Montgomery, the potential upset bid here over West Georgia. This would be good news for Montevallo if West Georgia is able to lose the game. That would mean Montevallo would stay put at 8th place in the Gulf South Conference. Pratt with it, inside Graves. McLennan pulls the trigger, short. Montevallo with it. We'll see if they can get one more possession here as the final seconds tick down. 3 by Jones, long, rebound by McLeod. Union with it, and they'll just dribble out the clock. And the Lady Bulldogs outscore Montevallo 32-11 in the third quarter. They coast to a 95-74 victory over Montevallo. They improved to 24-1, 16-1 in Gulf South Conference play. They got 4 in double figures. Leading the way was Morgan Martin with 26 points and 7 rebounds. Jada Smith and Emily Beard with 18 points each. Kennedy Childers with 10. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, Alexander Bitterling will have Coach Mark Campbell for the post-game interview.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment. It hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Alexander Bitterling back with you with Coach Mark Campbell after Union University's Lady Bulldogs with a huge win over Montevallo. Now, Coach Campbell, your Bulldogs, your Lady Bulldogs came into this game maybe in the first half not exactly the way you wanted them to. What exactly was the talks in the locker room as that game was pretty close going into the second half?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing that we've had trouble with the last 2 weeks, and so we're just not a very good defensive team. It's one of the best defensive teams I've had up until the last 2 weeks, and I think not having some depth with Avery hurts us. Deja just her first game back, and so but our post play's been better and better. We're handling the ball a little bit better. I think we only had 12 turnovers tonight. flying the ball. It's just mostly on the defensive end. The press has been very ineffective.
Now, what exactly are the adjustments that you tell your girls you want them to make on the defensive end?
Well, actually not let people have layups. That would be one. No, there's a lot of things. I don't think we're jumping the basketball. We're definitely not communicating very well. And scouting report stuff, that hasn't been very good. And today it shouldn't be because we didn't give them a scouting report. But I felt like we played really hard tonight and worked through some things. I think we'll be better on Saturday.
Now, what about that third quarter for your Lady Bulldogs? We came in out of the first half pretty close there, but then that third quarter, your Lady Bulldogs really just blew the score out of the water. Talk about how that happened.
Well, Emily Beard shot the ball really well in the third. I think she maybe had 5 threes in the third. And so when you shoot the ball that well from outside and Morgan's that efficient inside, and I thought JS was pretty efficient tonight, especially in the second half. So I think we can be a pretty explosive offensive team, but we've got to get a lot better defensively.
Now, you've already clinched your spot in the Gulf South Conference tournament. You're getting close to clinching that first seed. So what exactly do you think are the keys moving forward into March, into the tournament season?
Yeah, we just got to get better defensively and continue to improve offensively, handling the basketball. So I'm more concerned with my team and how they care for one another than where we are really right with everything else. I think the defensive stuff will come if we really care for each other.
All right, so the defense will come. The offense is pretty great. So what exactly do you think are the keys to continuing to play as a team, continuing to just make those baskets, get those rebounds, and play good defense?
Just relationships. I think that just with anything else, I think things flourish when you have great relationships.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Coach Campbell. Alexander Bitterling. In just a minute, we'll be back with Logan Whaley here at the desk to close out this game, talk about the end scores, and preview the men's game.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bites upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's okay.
Sorry.
You're all right.
Sorry.
It's okay, Gabe.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
It's a final here from the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Union takes game one of this doubleheader, 95-74. He's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley, and what a dominating second half, really a dominating third quarter it was for the Lady Bulldogs there. Morgan Martin leading the way with 26 points. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final game stats. As you look, field goal percentage played a huge key there down the stretch, 56% for the Lady Bulldogs there, and in the third quarter alone shot 63%. From downtown, Union was 10 of 23 for 44%. Montevallo 3 of 17, 18%. And free throw percentage, 23 of 28 was Montevallo, 82%. Pretty good numbers there, and for Union it was 17 of 22 for 77%. Montevallo won the rebounding battle 36-29. Montevallo also had 14 offensive rebounds for 24 second chance points. Although Montevallo did have 18 turnovers there, which led to 17 points off of those turnovers, and Union with 12 turnovers. Again, Coach Campbell highlighted it there in the post-game show. Montevallo only able to capitalize for 12 points off of those turnovers. So Alexander, player of the game.
We got to go with Morgan Martin. She's been the player of the game multiple times, but tonight she had 26 points, 2 below her season high of 28. Tonight she had 26. She had 7 rebounds. She had 2 assists, but those 26 points really shine bright.
26 points, 7 rebounds, also added a couple of assists, a couple of blocks, and a steal. Morgan Martin, our player of the game. But again, Jada Smith and Emily Beard at 18 points each. Emily Beard, that spark in the third quarter that really gave the Bulldogs the lead, and they never really looked back. Up next for Union, West Alabama here at the Fred DeLay Gym Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock. We'll have the pregame for you at 1:30, but don't go anywhere. The men's doubleheader, night 2 of the nightcap between Union and Montevallo, coming up next here on E+ TV6. But first, here is a look at the news across West Tennessee this week.
The following program is a presentation of the broadcast journalism program of Union University and the news team of West Tennessee Today. This broadcast does not necessarily reflect the views of the staff, management, or news department of WNBJ NBC 39.
Hello, I'm Logan Whaley. In news across West Tennessee this week, another controversy erupts with the Jackson-Madison County School Board, this time over land for a new school. Medical marijuana is on the table in the state legislature. We'll find out if that has a chance of becoming legal. Our issue of the week continues to focus on juvenile crime and possible solutions. And news director Steve Beverly offers a commentary on a group of 5 that's quickly becoming a Power 5. First, a look at news in West Tennessee this week with Chloe Bitters, Alexander Bitterly, and Mary Barnes.
I'm Chloe Bitters. Education again took the top spot among the news stories in West Tennessee this week. What started out as a relatively calm Jackson-Madison County School Board meeting ended up with strained emotions and more questions from a frustrated community. West Tennessee Today news director Steve Beverly was there.
It was not a night that looked to be tense until a tempest erupted 70 minutes into the meeting. The Long-Range Planning Committee for the school district offered a recommendation to extend an option for another 6 months for property on which to build a K-8 school. County commissioners have suggested they are inclined to go along with that plan. The cost of extending the option, $30,000.
If we purchase the property later, this will reduce the price by $30,000. If we fail to purchase the property later, we lose the $30,000 and the $10,000 will be paid earlier.
But suddenly, board chairman Kevin Alexander said he was concerned about not having enough land to expand beyond a K-8.
If we're going to build a K-8 to try to bring students back into our system that have left, I think having the option to be able to build a high school in the future on that same property would be very important.
In a surprising move, Alexander moved to table the decision until the next board meeting, only a day before the deadline to extend the option expires. That set off fireworks.
I have 3 daughters. Well, I do have one who's a 6th grader. I have 2 third-grade daughters. I do not want them on the same campus as my high school daughter. I don't. And I think I speak for most parents in this community.
I don't have any children. I don't want any 6th and 8th graders on campus in high school. So we're going to be going back and forth. I think.
Well, this is the thing. I think the county commission is about to get really mad at us.
Just last week, Meriwether, Johnson, and Black voted unanimously to recommend extending the option on the land. By voting to table, they went against their own recommendation. The same 5 have been in the majority of a number of 5-4 votes on the board since October. Board member Wayne Arnold says he thinks they are being influenced by an outside party.
I'm absolutely certain that this board is being influenced by people who are not on this board, unelected, and who feel they know how to do things better than the superintendent that we sought out to run this system.
So we wait another month with no guarantees of finding an alternative piece of property if the option is allowed to expire. Steve Beverly, West Tennessee Today.
The board's vote to delay a decision on the 42-acre plot of land brought some sharp responses from community leaders. Here are just a few of them. From A.J. Massey, school board member. If you are fed up with the current trajectory of our board and school system, please call and email all of the board members and express your concerns. Also, an encouraging email to our superintendent wouldn't hurt. From Kyle Spurgeon, President CEO, the Chamber. A few individuals are on the verge of fulfilling personal agendas that will cost our community billions of dollars in unrealized student achievement and economic success. The Jackson-Madison County school system, under the direction of Dr. Jones, has realized unparalleled success in the past 18 months. That success appears to be grinding to a halt under the direction of board chairman Kevin Alexander, who is apparently being manipulated to fulfill the wishes of Brent Lay. From Carol Ann Caldwell-Williams. When some constantly undermine the leader and work their own personal agendas without thought to what is happening to the district as a whole, they are not fit to serve. Teachers, students, and taxpayers don't deserve this circus. From Jay Bush, Madison County Commissioner. The school board meets March 14th to vote on whether to renew the option on the land to build the K-8. Please try to attend this meeting to support Dr. Jones. This isn't just about one part of Madison County getting a new school. This is about supporting a vetted plan with broad community support that will move our school system forward. Also at the board meeting was another eruption. This one was from a parent who was arrested on a middle school campus last week. Madeline Fleming has that story.
Monday night's school board meeting also brought an emotional round of comments from parent Arlene Pugh. She and her older daughter were arrested last week at North Parkway Middle School. Sheriff John Mayer says the woman and her daughter created a disturbance at the school office. Mrs. Pugh was ultimately tased.
She called the officer out. Instead of him listening to me, he immediately started pulling out his handcuffs and telling me that I was trespassing. I told him I could never be trespassing when my child is in this school.
She told the board she was at the school to protest her daughter being bullied. A third person was arrested the same day at North Parkway on an unrelated case. But Mrs. Pugh told board members she was asking for help because her daughter does not feel safe at school.
I went to the school a week prior to my arrest, or a week before my arrest, to tell the school that my daughter been fighting in the bathroom. Nobody got back with me about that, but they suspended my child.
The board made no response to Mrs. Pugh's requests. Madeline Fleming, West Tennessee Today.
A convicted sex offender entered a school on Tuesday and was arrested later on Lester's Chapel Road in Jackson. Jackson police took 39-year-old Chad Luttrell into custody. He's charged with violating the sex offender registry. Police say Luttrell went to St. Mary's Catholic School under the pretenses of entering into a business agreement with the school to recycle cardboard material. As he went into the building, someone recognized Luttrell as a registered sex offender. The school staff was notified and police were called. Luttrell is on the sex offender registry for a sexual battery conviction from June 10, 2009. He was arraigned in Jackson City Court Wednesday morning.
I'm Mary Barnes. Also on the crime beat this week, 2 men were arrested for alleged murder for hire plot. They're both charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Police say 43-year-old Stephen Taylor of Murfreesboro hired 22-year-old Greg Barnes of Humboldt to kill another Middle Tennessee man. The West Tennessee Drug Task Force broke up the plot last week. The intended target was the victim in a case of burglary and assault. Taylor was charged in that case. The task force agents say the plot was developed when Taylor and Barnes were both in the Gibson County Jail for a weekend. Investigators make use of online evidence to break up the plot. In Haywood County, a man turned himself in to the sheriff deputies. He now faces a charge of first-degree murder. He is accused of killing a woman found in a ditch near Highway 70 last weekend. 50-year-old Mark Springfield gave up to authorities after Ebony Fields was found. She died at the Memphis hospital after suffering injuries in an apparent assault. Fields died Monday morning. Deputies say she was living with Springfield in Stanton. Springfield faces the grand jury hearing March 25th. He's being held without bond. The Attorney General's office is warning you to be on the alert for healthcare scams. Many of them deal with health insurance. Here's how it works. Scammers call and try to sell you health insurance plans that aren't real. Sometimes all they really want is to get your personal information so they can use it for themselves. First off, never give out any personal information over the phone. Ask for the name of the insurance company and check online to see if it's for real. Call the Tennessee Insurance Commissioner's office if you sense it's a fraud. Also, call the local office for the Better Business Bureau.
I'm Alexander Bitterling. In the state legislature, it's been a busy first 2 weeks for Madison County's delegation. 2 Republicans have filed a bill to legalize medical marijuana in the state. West Tennessee Today reporter Nick Gutierrez reports.
Medical marijuana has been legalized in more than half the country. This is a store in California where a man with Parkinson's disease shops to buy a specific type of cannabis to treat his illness. In Tennessee, 2 Republicans have filed a bill in the state house to legalize medical marijuana here. But West Tennessee state senator says he doesn't see it passing.
I don't think it has a chance to pass. Medical marijuana, it still has a lot of issues.
Supporters argue that the medical benefits of marijuana far outweigh the questions. But opponents say legalizing medical marijuana is just another step toward approving recreational marijuana use.
Some people say they would take the cannabis oil without the THC being, it can't be above 0.3, I think. And there's some movement there.
A number of Jackson law enforcement officers have reservations because of the potential of medical marijuana reaching the wrong hands. As of now, we'll hear a lot of discussion, but we aren't likely to see a medical marijuana store in Tennessee anytime soon. Nick Gutierrez, West Tennessee Today.
Representative Chris Todd is the newcomer of the Madison County delegation. He was elected to succeed Jimmy Eldridge after Eldridge decided to run for mayor of Jackson. Todd says he's been on a learning curve since he took the oath of office last month. He's discovered some lawmakers file bills simply as placeholders with no intention to bring them to the floor.
And I've been learning more and more about those as I've had people in my office. It seemed like every few minutes I've got some different subject that we're discussing, and so that's probably the biggest learning curve, I guess you'd say.
Representative Johnny Shaw continues to push for more funding for pre-K programs. Shaw says it's critical to start teaching children before the kindergarten years to develop their learning skills. He wanted to see more pre-K money when the Tennessee Promise was started to offer free community education. He says internet pre-K is being discussed, but Shaw thinks it could be a problem.
I agree, but I don't wholeheartedly agree because Tennessee, rural Tennessee, is lacking in broadband. And I'm wondering how that's going to affect students who don't have broadband.
And if you're one of those people who loves to drag in the left lane when you're on I-40, you could be courting trouble. 3 years ago, state lawmakers passed a slowpoke law. That was designed to keep slow drivers on the interstate highways from staying in the left lane. Now, House members are pushing a new version of the slowpoke legislation. They want to see that extended to 4-lane roads off the interstate. Governor Bill Lee has not made any comment about the bill.
That's our look at the big stories across West Tennessee this week. Our issue of the week is how we win the fight against juvenile crime, both at home and in the schools. That's next on West Tennessee This Week.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's okay.
Sorry.
You're all right.
Sorry.
It's okay, Gabe.
Plus TV 6, I'm Logan Whaley, joined by Alexander Bitterling. And if you missed the first game, the Union Lady Bulldogs exploded in the second half and beat Montevallo 95-74. Now game 2 of the doubleheader between the host Union Bulldogs and the Montevallo Falcons. And again, looking at Montevallo, a team that historically a great program in Division II. Over their last 16 seasons, they've made 10 Sweet 16 appearances, 3 Elite Eights, and 1 championship appearance. So this is a Montevallo team that historically is pretty good, although having a bit of a down year this year, coming in at 9-16, 5-10 in Gulf South Conference play. They've lost their last 5 games, only putting up 61 points per game during the 5-game losing streak. Although the one thing about Montevallo that you need to keep an eye out on, a very good defensive team.
Absolutely. They're very good defensively. They've shown that throughout the season, throughout the years. But this year they really are struggling with the offense. They haven't had a lot of production. Like you mentioned, only 61 points per game on the last 5 games during their losing streak.
And this is a team that is the best rebounding team in the Gulf South Conference. So defense and rebounds definitely will take you a long way. But again, they've kind of hit a buzzsaw of a Gulf South Conference schedule. Lost in overtime to the top team in the GSC. West Alabama went to Valdosta State, only lost by 5. Lost by 2 to West Alabama at home, lost to Lee by 8. And then their last game lost 61-51. So again, they're keeping games close, which is something that, again, you can kind of look at their record and you can pretty much write them off. But at the same time, if you're Union, you don't want to overlook this team because, again, a team that historically a great program, they can come in, especially here tonight at the Fred DeLay Gym, the first time they've been here since the 1990s, and they could pull off a huge win tonight.
Absolutely. If Union does not pay attention, doesn't go after those rebounds, doesn't make good opportunities of the ball time that they have, they definitely might get caught sleeping by Montevallo.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineup for the Montevallo Falcons. The head coach, Danny Young, the Grand Canyon graduate, in his 16th season at the helm of Montevallo, 338 wins, 163 losses. He'll send out Jack Umans, the freshman guard out of Naples, Florida, standing in at 6'2", scoring around 7 points a game. He's joined by Micah Fuller, the 6-foot guard, a sophomore out of Bessemer, Alabama, coming in averaging 10 points a game. Then you have Wade Lohman, the junior forward out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, coming in averaging 10 points a game and 7 rebounds, had an 8.5 rebound outing against Alabama Huntsville in his last game. Then you have Jeremiah Curtis, the senior forward out of Stevens City, Virginia, coming in averaging 6 points per game, coming off an 11.8 rebound performance against Alabama Huntsville. And finally, the junior guard Carl Johnson, coming out of Phoenix City, Alabama, the transfer out of Shorter, 6'4" guard, averaging around 8 points a game. So Alexander, not really anybody in this lineup that sticks out. In fact, their leading scorer, DeMarco Owens, is somebody who comes off the bench for this team. What does Montevallo need to do tonight if they want to pick up the victory?
Well, I think, like we've already mentioned, they're a very good defensive team. They're a very good rebounding team. I think they have to, when they have the ball, make it count. You can't miss every shot. You can if you're bad enough, but for most collegiate teams, you can't miss every shot that you take. So if you get a lot of rebounds, you have a lot of possession of the ball, and you can turn at least some of those into points, you have a good shot at this game. Second chance opportunity, something that Montevallo thrives in. They're second in the Gulf South Conference in offensive rebounds per game, but in conference play, they lead the GSC at 13 offensive rebounds a game. So this is a team that really loves to crash the offensive glass. Shifting gears now to talk about Union, coming off of a tough loss at Christian Brothers Monday night. Christian Brothers, one of the top teams in the Gulf South Conference. In fact, they're coming in number 2 team in the GSC. 17-7, 12-4 now is Christian Brothers' record. Union shot the ball pretty well, 48%, but just unable to come up with a victory at Christian Brothers. That loss snapped the 6-game losing streak that Union had. And before that, Union really clicked offensively. They clicked defensively. They really looked like a team that was a force to be reckoned with in the GSC. Had a minor setback Monday night. Alexander, what does Union need to do to bounce back from the loss Monday night? Well, I think Union needs to just not worry about it. I think it was one game. It was a tough game. It definitely was. But I think that game has to be out of their mind. I don't think they can dwell on it too much. I think they just need to move on, play the next game on their schedule, and do the best they can in that game.
Well, you know, and honestly, it's that concept of keeping a short-term memory. When you are a player out there, you take a bad shot, you miss it, you take it out of your mind, and you pretty much just focus on this play, the next play. So let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineup for the Union Bulldogs. Head coach Dave Niven, 175 wins, 125 losses. He'll send out J.C. Hawkins, the only Union player to start every game this season, coming off of a 9-point performance at Christian Brothers his last game. He's joined out there by Samari Gay. Gay only had 2 points, but he brought in 6 rebounds in his last performance at Christian Brothers. He's really struggled the past couple games. Then you have Tarandis Smith, red hot over his past few games. 4 straight games with over 20 points, a 27-point outing at Christian Brothers, though CBU did hold him to only 5 points in the second half. Then you have Peyton Stovall, the point guard for this team, the freshman guard out of Winfield, Alabama. 6 straight games over double figures. Stovall quietly having himself a very fine freshman campaign, in the conversation for the freshman of the year, in my opinion. But again, it could be a 2-man race between Stovall and Ty Parks. Parks, the 6'4 freshman out of Pocahontas, Tennessee, coming in averaging 10 points per game and 8 rebounds, had a double-double, 13 points and 10 rebounds in the last game at Christian Brothers. In fact, he's had 4 double-doubles in his last 6 games. Ty Parks really coming to his own here at Union.
Absolutely. We've seen Parks just really find a spot on this team as a freshman. Same can be said for Peyton Stovall. You mentioned him earlier. They both have really just moved into this team and made a spot. A lot of times you don't see freshmen making a huge impact, but here on the Bulldogs, those 2 players really have made their spot and made a good impact on this team.
Stovall coming off of a 14-point performance against Christian Brothers where he hit 4 threes. He's hit 18 threes over his last 6 games. Stovall, again, having himself a very, very good year for the Bulldogs. And again, you think about it, Union has really, they've churned out productive freshmen in the Gulf South Conference. In fact, the last 2 seasons, Union has brought home the Gulf South Conference Freshman of the Year trophy. 2 years ago, it was Trey Boyd III, now the starting guard at East Tennessee State University, a D1 school. Now, Tyree Boykin coming in, again, a guy that now is hurt. He's injured. Somebody that will likely miss the rest of the season. But again, he won the Gulf South Conference Freshman of the Week last year. And so, again, the starting 5, Hawkins, Gay, Smith, and Stovall. Actually, I believe, yes, that is the starting 5. And then the 5 from Montevallo, you have Humans, Fuller, Lohman, Curtis, and Johnson. At this time, we'll send it down to Josh Simmons for the preliminaries of tonight's contest.
Good evening and welcome to the second half of this doubleheader between the Falcons of the University of Montevallo and your Union Bulldogs. Let's get right to our starting lineups. First of all, for the Falcons out of Montevallo, Alabama, head coach Danny Young. Starting at guard, a 6'2 freshman from Naples, Florida, number 2, Jack Humans. At guard, a 6-foot sophomore from Bessemer, Alabama, number 3, Micah Fuller. At 4, a 6'6 junior from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, number 5, Joe Larry. At guard, a 6'4 senior from Wilkesboro, North Carolina, number 20, Tyler Upback. And at 4, a 6'8 senior from Stephen City, Virginia, number 22, Jeremiah Curtis. And now, for your Union Bulldogs, head coach David Niven, assistant coach Easter Mazzoli. Starting at guard, 6'6 sophomore out of Independence, Kentucky, number 3, J.C. Hawkins. At 4, a 6'10 junior from France, number 15, Samari Gay. At guard, a 6'4 junior from Denmark, Tennessee, number 21, Tarandis Smith. At guard, a 6'4 freshman from Winfield, Alabama, number 22, Peyton Stovall. And at guard, a 6'4 freshman from Pocahontas, Tennessee, number 33, Ty
So we have the starting lineup for these 2 teams, and actually a change in the starting lineup for Montevallo as Tyler Updike will get his 6th start of the season. Last game played was against Lee, did not play against Alabama Huntsville in the last game. So the transfer out of UNC Wilmington, actually one of the older players in the Gulf South Conference, somebody that still has years of college eligibility left. I believe the last full season he played in collegiate basketball was back in 2011. So Montevallo giving the senior a chance here. He did play last year, 2.2 points per game, only averaging just over a point per game, but getting the start here for Montevallo. It'll be Gay to tip it off against Lohman. Gay, Lohman, the tip controlled by Montevallo, and we're underway here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Chance of defense coming from the Union bench, as is customary each time the Bulldogs are on defense. Working it around the perimeter is Montevallo. Pull up J by Lohman. Excuse me, that was Fuller, and it rims in. Micah Fuller leading this team in three-point shooting percentage at 38%, coming in averaging 10 points a game.
Right there, Logan, we saw Curtis set a really good screen there that opened up that shot.
Again, off-ball screens, on-ball screens, crucial for this Montevallo team if they want to get back in the flow offensively. Stovall, no good on his first field goal attempt of the game. Here's Montevallo. Falcons, again, losers are there. Last 5 games looking to get back on track here. Their last win was against Valdosta State back in January, 67-65. Valdosta, team that is receiving votes in the coaches poll, number 3 in the Gulf South Conference. Parks, no good, that one. Rimmed out, iron was unkind on that one. 3 in transition by Micah Fuller. Nothing but the bottom of the net. So a quick 5-0 start here for Montevallo. Here's Tarandis Smith. Smith with the answer, got it. Tarandis Smith, a guy that has really turned it on over the last, really, 16 games or so. Had one solid outing against Southern Arkansas to start off his season, but really his first 5 games were really nothing to write home about, but he's exploded since then. 16 straight games, over 11 points, including the last 4 over 20.
In the absence of Boykin, Logan, he's really grown into the spot as kind of a team leader on the court. He's really turned that into just some huge games for him and some good opportunities for the team.
Stovall from downtown. And Peyton Stovall, the sharpshooter, leading this Bulldog team in three-point shooting percentage at 47%. Freshman out of Winfield, Alabama, the transfer out of UNA. He gets a steal here. Stovall against Humans. Pull-up jumper off. Rebound as Smith gets shoved to the ground, no call. 3 by Updike, long. Pace, much like we saw in the first game, starting to pick up here in the early stages of this game. Out of bounds, possession will stay with the Bulldogs. Tarandis Smith coming off of a 27-point performance at Christian Brothers, averaging 26 points per game in his last 4. Set a season high with 37 points against West Georgia not last Thursday, 2 Thursdays ago. My days are off as usual. It'll be Union ball. Tipped, stolen. Micah Fuller, easy lay-in, gets the steal in the basket, give him 7.
Early on, we've seen quite a few steals and some nasty turnovers.
Yeah, Fuller, 6 foot, but a long wingspan. Able to poke his hand in there. Gay thought about it. Now Parks will take the 3 from the right wing, and the Union Bulldogs with 3 threes to open up the scoring. Now Montevallo looking to answer on the other end. Near corner 3 is good by Tyler Updike. Updike came into this game only 4 of 16 from downtown. Tarandis Smith can't answer on the other end, as we see Montevallo now taking it the other way. As you look across the way, you see the Super Rand fan club. And Union will force a turnover here. It'll be over and back. And we'll have our first media timeout. Back and forth start to this game here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. It's Montevallo with the early 10-9 lead over the Bulldogs. We'll be right back after this here on E+ TV6.
This changes everything. TiVo is here. Search and control your cable channels and streaming video apps with one remote. Record 6 shows at once and build a library of favorites with one pass recording. Then watch on any TV in your home or browse and view on Wi-Fi devices with the free View It app. Call E+ Broadband to add TiVo and ask about our new packages.
Back here on E+ TV6, the Gulf South Conference men's matchup here between Union and Montevallo. This is game 2 of the doubleheader here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. He's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley. Union coming in 6th in the Gulf South Conference, behind Alabama Huntsville, only a half game behind Alabama Huntsville. Union, a win tonight will clinch their spot in the GSC tournament. Still possible that they could host. 4th place team is Delta State, and they're 11-5. Union a full game behind them. So again, the 4 through 8 seeds really could shake up. And honestly, for that matter, really the top 8 teams could shift and change drastically before the end of the season. But taking you around the Gulf South Conference, West Florida with a 15-10 lead over Delta State early on. That'd be a big win for West Florida to knock off Delta State, a team that has already clinched their spot in the tournament. West Florida not out of it completely, but a loss here would pretty much eliminate their chances. J.C. Clausey from the near corner connects. 4 threes for the Bulldogs now to start the game. In the first half at Valdosta, the Blazers leading Mississippi College 39-28. We'll give you more scores near the next timeout. Steal by Tarandis Smith. He'll immediately throw it in the hands of Jeremiah Curtis. And another steal. Going back and forth, tit for tat with turnovers. Screen by Hicks Gentry. Smith. Got it.
We heard a lot of oohs and ahs behind us, Logan, on that 3 there. Really was a beautiful 3 and a beautiful play.
See, Tarandis Smith, you heard Coach Niven mention it in the pregame interview that Smith is playing with a lot of confidence here lately, and it's really shown. His second 3 increases the Union lead to 5. Updike and Humans. Humans checking out. Checking in, we'll see Cam Copeland, the junior guard out of Toledo, Ohio. Transfer out of Cleveland State Community College in Cleveland, Tennessee. 3 by Fuller. Comes up short. Smith, the hand check by Copeland, that'll be his first. Copeland coming in off the bench, she's averaging 4 assists a game. She leads this team, also leading this team in steals per game at 44 steals, averaging around 2 a game. Another substitution as Lohman comes out. Checking in is DeMarco Owens, the 6'9 forward out of St. Louis. Transfer from Division I McNeese State, leading this team in scoring and rebounding at 10.5 a game and 7 rebounds. 3 from Hawkins. Got it. Union already 7 of 9. That's a lie. They have 18 points. 6 of 8 from downtown. Point of emphasis on the wrong thing. It's all right. Owens with a travel, and Union starting to lock in defensively. Now on a 9-0 run.
Now this game started out kind of slow, Logan, for both teams, but it's really starting to pick up pace a little bit here.
We've seen this Union team really show a lot of potential over the season as Tarandis Smith can't get the layup to go, and Coach Niven and Union bench wanting a foul there. Looked like Smith possibly got hit there while going up. Shot up and good by Jeremiah Curtis. Curtis, 11 points in his last outing against Alabama Huntsville. Left corner three by Clausey, and Union in fuego from downtown to start the game. Now they have 7 threes.
They also have a 9-point lead right here pretty early on in the first half.
Foul called. We'll see who they'll put it on. They'll get it on Hicks Gentry, and that'll be his first. Montevallo really struggled offensively in their last outing against Alabama Huntsville. UAH outscored the Falcons 39-26 in the second half to secure the 61-51 victory. J.J. Kaplan led all scorers with 21 points. But Montevallo just couldn't get anything to go, only shooting 35% from the field, 2 of 18 from 3. They were led by Curtis with 11, also added 8 rebounds as well. And Curtis, right on cue, connects with a jumper, and it's a 7-point lead for Union now. And as for Union, again, coming off a 15-point loss at Christian Brothers, CBU shot the lights out, 58% from the field and 62% in the second half. So Union defensively, already a good sign to see them click defensively here. Curtis traveled. Parks will check in for Smith. And we'll also get our first look at Tevin Florent. He'll come in for Hawkins. Florent, just a couple weeks ago, set a season high with 15 points and 6 rebounds against West Georgia. Really saw his minutes increase. See what he can provide off the bench for the Bulldogs here tonight. Inside Parks. To Florent. Florent, I believe, got blocked at the rim. Definitely a block there by Curtis. Possession will stay with the Bulldogs. Good opportunities, just unable to get it to go.
That was a big rebound by Hicks Gentry, though. We talked about it earlier. They're going to have to keep up with the rebounds. And I think right there, that's a good sign of what the energy might look like.
And Union a team that only averages around 9 offensive rebounds a game. They have 4 to shoot here. Stovall, catch and shoot, no good. Hicks Gentry down low, gets rejected by Lohman.
That might not be the only rejection that's happening here on Valentine's Day, Logan.
I've had my fair share, but back to the game as Lohman against Hicks Gentry. Zach Jackson also checking into the game, the senior guard from Birmingham. It was only a matter of time before a Valentine's Day pun like that would come out.
Well, you knew it had to, so might as well get it out early, right?
That's true. Jeremiah Curtis breaking the hearts of the Union fans and the Union bench. Late in the shot clock, able to get the bucket to go.
Well, if we want to talk about broken hearts, we can just bring up that Christian Brothers game the other night, Logan.
Peyton Stovall probably too far there, and Stovall too far in the lane. Alexander probably too far there on that joke. Fuller, free throw line J long. Florent with a rebound. 7-point lead for Union. Clausey, another 3, another make.
I think mentioning the Christian Brothers game the other night is important, though, because we see the energy that Union's coming out playing with after it. Montevallo, usually a great defensively team, but early on, Union is already up 10 points on them.
Union, a team that averages 10 threes made per game. They're already at 8 of 11. Miss here. Here's Union with a 10-point lead. Stovall with it. And Florent will definitely walk there. But it's Union. 8 of 11 from downtown. They're red hot from the 3. J.C. Clausey, a perfect 3 of 3. He leads everybody with 9 points early on. It's Union by 10 here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles. Portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers. The fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane. Household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500. The alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
And back we are on E+ TV 6. He's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley. And early on, it's Union red hot from downtown. They're getting open looks from three, and they're connecting. And Alexander, Montevallo's got to pick up the pace defensively if they don't want this game to get out of hand.
Absolutely. We talked about it earlier. Montevallo's only chance in this game is defensive and rebounds. If they can't do that like they do well normally, they're definitely in the hole.
So 10:21 to play here in the first half. Every single player, well, I'll put it like this. Everybody that scored for Union has hit a three. Smith has hit two. Stovall, Hawkins, and Parks with one, and Clausey with three. That's the scoring for the Bulldogs. So it'll be Montevallo ball here. This is Jack Youmans. Spelled Y-O-U-M-A-N-S. Youmans. He is guarded by Hawkins. Fuller thought about it. Fuller comes up empty. Rebound by Curtis, and the stick back is good. Jeremiah Curtis with 8 of the team's 18. I believe actually it's, yes, he does have 8. Clausey. Hicks Gentry. Smith, short, forced the three there. Khalil Solomon just checking in for Montevallo, the 6'1" guard out of Freeport, Bahamas. Jump shot by Curtis, and Curtis is feeling it from the top of the key. Give him 10. We'll see Samory Gay check back in for the Bulldogs here at the next dead ball.
Curtis staying hot is an important part to this game. He's already got half of the Montevallo's points, and if he continues on that streak, he might be able to keep this game close, maybe pull ahead.
Hawkins had the open look, instead opted to dish it to Florent, who turns it over. Youmans on the transition, can't get the three to go. Florent with the board. Smith driving right, gets fouled. They'll call it on the floor. Foul will go against Fuller. That'll be his first. The team's second. We'll see Gay check in for Hicks Gentry. You know, if that was in the NBA, he probably would have been at the line to shoot too. Got fouled on the gather.
Well, we've already called at least one travel this game in the NBA. We know we don't call those.
It's a fair point. Inside, Gay, count it. And the basket, and the foul by Curtis. The big foul there, that'll be his first. Gay, somebody that could surpass his point totals from the last two games combined with his free throw. Gay, a 59% free throw shooter, can't connect there. Gay coming off of a 2-point performance in 24 minutes at Christian Brothers his last game. Didn't score against Mississippi College last Saturday. Deep three by Solomon, rims out. 2 of 8 from downtown is Montevallo, but J.C. Clausey bring out the fire extinguisher as he hits his 4th on 4 attempts.
It looked like Clausey was about a half an inch from out of bounds there, but he pulled off a 3 that I don't think anyone expected.
A fadeaway 3 there. J.C. Clausey out of bounds. Possession will go to Union. We'll take a media timeout. Union, their largest lead of the game at 11. They lead this one 31-20. You're watching Union basketball here on E+ TV 6.
Here's the best buy you can get for free. 54 unique and beautiful Tennessee state parks. You can hike and swim, fish and go boating, golf and camp out. Even enjoy our inns and cabins. And admission is always free year-round in your 54 Tennessee state parks. Go to TennesseeStateParks.com for fun and adventure, naturally.
Back here on E Plus TV 6, it's Union with a 31-20 lead here over Montevallo, and Reagan Smith has a report.
Yeah, Logan, Coach Niven really a fan of that shooting performance they were putting together in the first part of the game. Terrific shooting, but it's the defense he's worried about. He wants them to get their hands up and play nice defense and pay more attention on that side of the ball. They're doing great on the threes, though, definitely, Logan.
Yeah, doing well on the threes is an understatement, really. 9 of 13 from downtown to start this game, 69%, whereas Montevallo 50% from the field. So, again, the point there is a little bit valid. They got to stop Jeremiah Curtis. He has half the team's points at 10. And Alexander really looking at this game early on. If you're Montevallo, you're thinking surely Union can't keep this pace up all night.
Well, absolutely, especially if you've looked at kind of the way Union's played historically through the season. You definitely don't expect this kind of thing early on. You definitely don't expect it to last through the game.
And Union, I mean, 9 threes in the first 12 minutes of the game. I mean, that's impressive. And if they keep it up, I mean, goodness, I mean, you got to wonder how many points they'll be able to score. But, again, eventually they got to work it down low. Lob to Parks. Oh, that was so close. Oh, that would have blown the roof off of this place if Parks was able to get that to go. Solomon with it, top of the key on the other way. Copeland. Curtis wide open, and Curtis has been pretty much automatic from that spot. I don't know why he's wide open.
Well, I think it was just the passing game that Montevallo was running. They really made the passes look good, drive in, passing out. Really, their pass game has been phenomenal so far.
Gay steps into a 3, long. Montevallo, chance to make a bit of a run here. Copeland with it. UMenn's thought about it. So we see Stovall head back to the scores table. Montevallo working the ball around the perimeter. Gets it in the corner to UMann's. Missed the 3 left. Here's Trandis Smith, 3-on-3. Lobs it up. Ty Parks hammers it home.
Now you can only feel and understand that Parks was probably frustrated after that first attempt and just had to go back and show him he's capable of doing it.
The young freshman Ty Parks with 5 points and 3 rebounds early on. Has 4 double-doubles in his last 6, really coming into his own, but a nice feed there by Smith. And wild jump shot there is good by Lohman. Wasn't the prettiest shot in the world, but it was effective. Lohman is a very efficient shooter at 60%. Ty Parks this time taking a bit of a smoother approach there to 2 points. A nice little finger roll off the glass.
Perhaps a little more respectful.
With regard for human life this time.
Honestly, though, Logan, I don't think the student body here at Union is concerned about it. They seem pretty excited every time Parks has one of those slams.
Absolutely. The 3 is no good. And Union will have the ball back up 11. Clausey checks out. Stovall checks in. Micah Fuller checks in. Humans, as well as Curtis and Solomon checks out. The 5 on the court for the Falcons. You've got Copeland guarding Stovall. Go along with Fuller, Lohman. This is Zach Jackson. Now Smith for 3, no good. Can't get it to go, but he'll shoot 3. The other one out there on the court for Montevallo is DeMarco Owens. So Smith will head to the line. He has 6 here today. The junior from Denmark, Tennessee, the Southside product. Will head to the line, an 84% free throw shooter. First of 3 is good. Tyler Updike a little too eager there to check in. Checks in after the second free throw.
Now, Parks here from the free throw line definitely has a really good shooting percent.
Trandis Smith hits the second. Now Updike will check in. It's all right. Hey, you know, Smith and Parks are 2 athletic players here for Union. It's easy to confuse them on the court, honestly, because They're flying around everywhere.
Absolutely. They're dunking on top of people. We don't even know which one it is sometimes. Just get them a little bit mixed up.
It's understandable. Updike, top of the key. Union, a bit of a man-to-man look here. More of a zone, actually. Matchup zone, if you will. Free by Updike. Got it. Tyler Updike, his second three of the contest. Makes this a single-digit game.
Now, Montevallo generally or recently a team that we've seen struggling on the offensive side, but these last couple possessions, they've really made a good use of their ball time.
Yeah, very efficient as Stovall misses the three long. I actually want to correct myself. It's still an 11-point game. I'm a broadcast major. Math isn't really my strong suit. Missed three there. Montevallo the other way. Copeland on the drive. Nice drive there by the junior guard Copeland. And a good finish. Now it's a single-digit game. Smith on the drive. Spin, turnaround jumper. Missed it. Steal by Smith. Smith will back off. So it was 1-on-3 there, and they'll set up the offense here. Parks. Money.
He had all day on that, Logan. They left him open, and he made him pay for it.
I think Parks could have taken a nap, could have built a campfire. He had all day to shoot that three. Give him 10.
He probably had time to get some of his homework done for class tomorrow.
Already thinking about homework. It's a good sign. On Valentine's Day, we got basketball. Not really thinking about that right now, but you're right. I mean, it's a good idea.
The professors never forget. They're thinking about it whether we are or not.
Any professors watching this game, please give us mercy and grace. Thank you in advance. Union showing Montevallo no mercy here early on. They lead this one 41-29 here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if fights upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
Past the final media timeout here on E+ TV6. He's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley. You see a look there at head coach Danny Young. 16th season and really a storied career at Montevallo. 5-time Conference Coach of the Year. 2-time NABC Region Coach of the Year. Also won 3 Gulf South Conference Tournament Championships. His last one was all the way back in 2007. Of course, Montevallo making really their second stint in the GSC. This is their second full year back for GSC. They spent the majority of their time in the Peach Belt Conference. So Montevallo trailing here 41-29, not out of the game completely. They are shooting the lights out from the field at 54%. But again, just feels like unable to stop Union on the offensive side of the basketball. What does Montevallo need to do?
Well, Montevallo needs to be the team that we're used to seeing. Good defensive team, definitely locked down, getting good, lots of those rebounds defensively and offensively. We've seen a lack of that today, and I think if they don't get back to that, they're going to have a lot of struggles in this game.
Owens can't connect. Gay will rip it out. Now here's Union. Union will set up shop here with 15 to shoot. Inside to Gay. Nice spin and a nice finish by Saint-Marie Gay. Gay has 4 points. Bulldogs looking for a stop here on the defensive side. Updike, top of the key, long. Rebound in the hands of Jackson. Inside, foul by Parks. Honestly, a good foul there by Ty Parks, forcing Lohman, a 55% free throw shooter, to earn it from the charity stripe. It's never a good sign when you're shooting better from the field than you are from the free throw line.
For sure, yep. You're always open from the free throw line. If you can't make those, but you can make them when you might be guarded, you have a little bit of a problem there.
Hits the first there. Of course, you can almost throw out shooting numbers when it comes to the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. 2 of 2 is 55% free throw shooter Lohman. The announcer's jinx is a real thing. I mean, you look at the Super Bowl and you look at the CBS throwing up the stat that kickers are perfect from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And, of course, sure enough, Patriots missed a field goal. And, you know, announcer's jinx can be a real thing from time to time. Always try to be cautious about that.
Well, the Super Bowl was not a lot to talk about this year. I think I would rather watch this game 9 out of 10 times than the Super Bowl this year.
I mean, it's a fair point. I mean, you know, the Super Bowl wasn't really the most exciting game in the world. Foul goes to J.C. Hawkins. That'll be his first. The line to shoot 2 is Lohman again. First of 2. Good. Khalil Solomon checking in for Updike. Second of 2, good. So Lohman now 4 of 4 at the charity stripe. You just can't predict sports from time to time, you know. 55% free throw shooter, hits his first 4. Inside, nice dish by Hawkins. Parks, high off the glass, good.
That is a really hard layup to make. He had 2 guys on him. He had that super high layup. It's a surprise that he made it, but he made it look easy.
Yeah, Parks really made a kind of a typical freshman mistake there. He brought the ball down low instead of going up quickly, as Wade Lohman able to get it to go over Hawkins. Back to a 10-point lead for Union. Inside Gay, and Stovall throws it away. Jackson, strip, stolen by Parks. Parks spin, lays it in. How smooth is Ty Parks? Deep 3 by Lohman, long, and that will send both teams to the locker room. It's Union, a 47-35 lead. At the end of the first half here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, Ty Parks leading the way with 14 points. J.C. Clausey with 12 and 4 threes, and Jeremiah Curtis from Montevallo with 12 points as well. So you look at it, Union 10 of 18 from 3, 56%. That's going to win you a lot of games. We'll see if Union is able to continue it after the second half, but first we're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to look at investing in Union, a feature piece here on E+ TV6. Stay tuned.
On a lawn mowing service, Propane works for you. Propane can go where you go. Tanks easily changed, no spillage, quick transition, clean burn, increased energy efficiency. Propane, the affordable, clean alternative fuel wherever you mow. Find out more about JA's ProGas. Call 422-7500. Propane, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Part of JEA today.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment that hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
I'm audit manager at Thompson Greenspan. I've been here now 10 years, July. Focus on construction contractors and employee benefit plan audits. I graduated right after the 2008 tornado.
For the records, I'm 92. Looking forward to 100. 4 of my children came to Union and graduated. I love everything about Union. There's nothing about Union that I don't love.
The earliest that I heard of Union University must have been in my early teens or before. My father was on the board for 6 years, and it was during that period of time that the school moved from downtown Jackson to north of the expressway, which was pretty much the wildlands in those days.
From the time I started to school, my dad talked to me about when you go to college. Not if, but when. So it was a matter of where I would go to college, and I wanted to go to a large state school. He didn't think that was a good idea, so due to his encouragement, I went to Union, and I loved it.
The atmosphere on a Christian campus is different. I've known several presidents. We have great leadership now with Dub. I'm grateful for the strong academics.
I like the small class size. It really fit. Like going and doing the campus tour, it just fit with what I wanted out of college.
I was a biology major with a chemistry minor at Union. I liked the fact that you knew the teachers, and if you had a problem, you could go to them and talk with them, and they would help you. I just think it's a good place. If I had children, that's where they would go.
My mother was a very devout Christian lady. She raised us in the nurture of the Lord. When my father died, she told us, the 4 children, that she had started a scholarship at Union University in memory of her husband, Judge Bateman, and our father, and invited us to make contributions if we were so led.
It's amazing that people did not die after that tornado. After that happened, the Union community and Greater Jackson-Madison County churches really came together and gave back so much to us. I think that the connection with Union's community because of the tornado and the personal connection that I really felt with my professors really makes me want Union to succeed.
I had a scholarship to Union, so I know how valuable a scholarship is and how much it can help you. I sold the farm where I grew up, and I wanted to do something in memory of my dad. He had only an 8th grade education in a 1-teacher school, and he valued education so highly. So I thought a scholarship at Union would be about the best thing I could do.
My 4 children got help, and without help, they could not have come to Union. So I'm grateful, and in a little way, I'm not a huge contributor, but in some small way, I'll enjoy helping somebody come to Union that could not come otherwise.
I think that Christian education, both high school and college, will be the salvation of this country. I contribute some to a Christian high school, but primarily to Union University, because the college education level is where young people really begin to form their permanent values.
I'm probably still practicing Christian because I went to a Christian school. If someone gives to you, you have to continue to give back to them. I think it's very important as business leaders that we give back to our community. Union is helping prepare the next generation of Christian leaders. Union could be the stepping stone for the next Tennessee senator.
You've heard 4 incredible stories of why these donors invest with Union. And I want to, on behalf of all of us at Union, thank them and all of you for the ways that you share your resources and help us achieve our mission at Union. That mission to provide Christ-centered education that promotes excellence and character development in service to church and society can only be if you and people like you invest in what we're doing at Union. Thank you so much for caring about us and our mission, for helping provide opportunities for students to experience the incredible education they receive at Union. May God bless you, and may God bless Union University.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Hello everybody, got something I want to tell you. You know, all my good friends at the Tennessee Wildlife Federation have been busier than a raccoon on a creek bank, making sure your wildlife will be around for generations to come. So how about setting a hook into the future of conservation by making a gift to support the Tennessee Wildlife Federation today? There's no place else like Tennessee, and together we can keep it that way.
You wouldn't do that. So why do you do this? Distracted driving kills an average of 9 people and injures over 1,000 every day in America. Put down your phone. Lives depend on it. Don't drive intoxicated. Don't drive intoxicated. A sobering message from AAA.
Welcome back into the desk. At the halftime, it's the Union Bulldogs with a 12-point advantage over Montevallo. 47-35 is your score. What a half we saw from Union, especially from downtown, hitting 10 threes there in the first half to really propel them to this lead so far. He's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley. And Alexander, really just that first half, Union got the lead early on and never looked back.
Absolutely. We saw just a short lead from U of M, but not a much long one. Montevallo really didn't control the game for very much at all.
And you look at the stats really from the first half, and we can go ahead and flash the at-the-half stats graphic here. You look at Union, 52% shooting from the field, 56% from downtown. They're 10 of 18. 10 of their 17 field goals have been threes. Free throw percentage, Union 3 of 4, Montevallo 4 of 4. Montevallo, a team that is among the best rebounding team in the Gulf South Conference. No different here tonight. They lead the rebounding battle 17-13, including offensive rebounds. That is tied at 3. You look at second chance points, Montevallo leading that category 6-0. But turnovers, Union, Coach Niven mentioned limiting turnovers in the pregame show. 4 turnovers there in the first half. 11 points off of 8 Montevallo turnovers as well. So if you're Coach Niven, you got to like what you saw there in the first half of play.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think he expected exactly the 10 for 18 threes, that 56%. They contributed for 30 points. But the rebounds, definitely in the turnovers. I think usually we're used to seeing games being rebound-oriented. Whoever has the most rebounds generally wins the game or controls the game. But not so much with this game. It's more controlled by three-point lines, and Union has really dominated that aspect.
And you look at it and you see, yes, Definitely a Valentine's Day night of basketball. Crossword puzzle during halftime. Don't really have a lot of halftime entertainment here at Union. Hey, that's a good way to pass time for sure. Union definitely filling in all the blanks here on offense. Really, they've struggled last game at Christian Brothers, and I mean, really, it wasn't bad. They hit 10 threes and they shot 48% from the field, but you know, still, they didn't play well on the defensive side of the basketball, and that ultimately led to their defeat. And you look here tonight, defensively, they've had some letdowns too, especially Montevallo. Jeremiah Curtis leading the way with 12 points on 6 of 7 shooting. He also leads the team with 6 rebounds. And you keep in mind, Jeremiah Curtis, a guy that only averages 6 points a game. He's already doubled that. And so, not only that, his season high is 17 points, and he's already close to surpassing that. But Union, defensively, there have been some letdowns, but Montevallo shooting 3 of 13 from downtown has really been the main contributor as to why Union's on top here.
Absolutely. We talked about the rebounds. They're important, but they haven't really mattered this game. They haven't contributed to Montevallo points. Montevallo really needs to take all those rebounds and the couple turnovers they've gotten and turn them into points.
Yeah, forcing turnovers, you know, and it's uncharacteristic, too, for a Montevallo team. Keep in mind, Montevallo is a team this year, they're only giving up 66 points a game, 47 at the half here for Union. And you look at it, they're only allowing opponents 66 points per game, 43% shooting, which is among the top 5 in the Gulf South Conference. And again, nothing to write home about here, as you see. Getting the up-to-date news report there. But rebounding and defense, that's what's gotten Montevallo really their record this year. Yes, they're 9-16, but it's kind of escaped them here in the last 5 games. It just feels like what was working for Montevallo just has stopped. It seems like teams have adjusted to them. But what do the Falcons need to do here in the second half? I know you mentioned rebounding and forcing turnovers, but you know, offensively they gotta work out some kinks too.
Absolutely. They've done pretty well passing down low, but they just really haven't finished. They haven't completed. They've made good plays, but they haven't completed those baskets. They've got to do that. Also, they've really got to limit Union at the three-point line. We see usually they limit teams to about a 34% from the free throw line, or three-point line, excuse me. But tonight Union's at 56%, so they're going to have to shut that down.
Yeah, and you look at it too, not a lot of production coming from Montevallo's bench as well. Only 2 points from Cam Copeland, that's it. The remainder of the team's 35 points have come from the starting 5 of Updike, Curtis, Fuller, and Lohman. And again, 4 guys contributing for the majority of the points. Not exactly what you would like to see. Whereas with Union, really the point total is spread out. Sure, you have Parks and Clausey with a combined 26 points, but Hawkins has 3, Stovall has 5, Gay has 4, Smith has 9. And even guys like Tevin Florian and LaDante Hicks-Gentry, those are guys that you would expect to get going here sooner rather than later here in the second half of play. So real quick, with about 35 seconds to go before we start the second half of play, keys for both sides if they want to pull out a victory.
Well, for Montevallo, they've got to use their possessions efficiently. They've held control of the ball, they've held control of rebounds, but they haven't transitioned that into scoring and keeping this game close. Union, meanwhile, they need to keep doing what they're doing. They're shooting well, they're confident out there, and they need to keep playing the defense. They're playing tight and strong.
So the 5 out there from Montevallo, the same starting 5 of Humans, Fuller, Lohman, Curtis, and Updike. And for Union, as you see there, look at the Bulldog faithful, the cheerleading squad, do a wonderful job, led by the First Lady of Union, Ms. Susie Oliver. 5 out there for Union, same starting 5. You have Stovall, Parks, Hawkins, Smith, and Gay. It'll be Union ball to start the second half of play. The second 20 is underway. It's Union ball here. Stovall off of backdoor screens. Good recovery defense from Montevallo. And Gay traveled. And so Montevallo forcing a turnover there. You mentioned making use of possessions. Eventually they're going to have to turn defense into offense.
Logan, speaking of the Union faithful, we see President Dub Oliver and his wife here, Susie, here at the game, spending their Valentine's night here at the Union University Bulldogs basketball games.
Yeah, it's a good sign, and Hawkins gets called with a foul underneath, and Hawkins doesn't agree. That'll be JC's second. But yeah, you're right. You see Dr. Dub and Susie in the crowd. Again, just really just, it shows you how passionate they are about this university, about Union athletics too. And wanting a 5-second violation call there was Union not getting it. Inside, Curtis with a nice job there, dribbling his way out of traffic and able to hit the tough jumper.
Curtis has really been what Montevallo needs in this game.
And on the other end, Stovall answering with a nice smooth jump shot of his own. And yeah, you're right, Curtis really the only one keeping Montevallo in this game. You have Lohman with 8, but either way, Curtis has been creating shots. He's pretty much been doing it all for this Montevallo team. Out of bounds, possession stays with the Falcons. Cam Copeland will check in. Copeland, deuces wild for him so far. 2 points, 2 boards, 2 assists. They get the ball in to Fuller. Inside. Shots long. Here's Parks with the rebound. Union the other way.
That's one of the few shots that we've seen Curtis miss from at the top of the key tonight.
Parks on the drive. He's driving baseline. Forced it up. Can't get it. Now here's Montevallo. Updike in low. Curtis, right hook. Silky smooth. Jeremiah Curtis, give him 16. Curtis, 1 point shy of tying his season high of 17 points. Been unique performances for Montevallo. Nice spin. And Gay can't get it to go. Rebound by Parks. He can't get it. Now Montevallo the other way.
Now the way Curtis has played tonight, it's a little surprising to hear that his season high is 17 points. You'd think just from watching this game, he'd be the type of player to score maybe 25, upwards maybe near 30.
Deep three, rims out by Fuller. And the interior defense by the Bulldogs hasn't necessarily been what Coach Niven has wanted it to be here so far. Thought Gay was going to take a three there. He was wide open. Inside, nice dish to Parks by Hawkins. Give Parks 16. The 4th assist by Hawkins.
That's the type of passing that all night has opened up opportunities for Union, especially from the three-point line. They drive in, pass it out, and shots like that have just been coming all night long.
They bring the double. Tough shot, no good by Lohman. 3-on-3, Stovall will get fouled by Fuller. We'll see Owens and Solomon check in for Updike. And one other player going out, that is Lohman. Coming in is Humans. Checking out is Fuller. Again, this Montevallo team with some quality wins on the season. They dominated West Georgia back in December. They beat Valdosta State. They went on the road to beat West Florida. Of course, West Florida struggled this year. There's a foul underneath. But honestly, really, the losses, you know, they've lost to some good teams like Delta State. They lost to, you know, again, West Alabama, the top team in the GSC. They lost to Valdosta State on the road. So not bad losses, but then you have losses like lost to Auburn Montgomery. Auburn Montgomery only has 3 wins in conference play, and Montevallo's one of them. And you have other losses. When you look at it, the loss to Mississippi College, the loss to Miles and Clark Atlanta. Foul underneath on Curtis. Nelson Parks to the line. And Parks doing it all underneath, getting his own rebound. able to work his way to the charity stripe. Parks looking for the 17th and 18th point of the night. He also has 8 rebounds. Hits the first. String music there. Parks over his last 6 games, averaging 14 points and 10 rebounds a game. Much more than his season average. Parks, 2 of 2. One of the prettiest sounds in all of sports. Deep 3 by Humans, short. Tipped, rebound in the hands of Solomon. Inside, Owens. Right hook. Rims out. Stovall pulls up. No good. 2 Union players went for the putback slam. Instead, it will be Updike the other way for 3. Missing.
There was a little bit of a lack of communication there between Smith and Gay as they both go up for the putback.
Montevallo trailing by 14. They've had opportunities, just unable to get baskets to go. And what's the call here? Looks like a foul away from the ball. So we'll see Clausey and Hicks Gentry about to check in as Humans will get called with the foul. Well, that will take us to our first media timeout in the second half. Back and forth start to the second half, but Union holding on to the 53-39 lead. You're watching Union basketball here on E+ TV 6.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV 6.
And back we are on E+ TV 6. He's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley, and you see a look at the huddle of the Bulldogs. New faces in the lineup. It's J.C. Clausey and Hicks Gentry. Will check in for Union. And really, Alexander, it's been a back and forth start to this half, but and both teams really cold offensively.
Yeah, we haven't seen as many of the energy that we saw in the first half. We haven't seen a lot of points scored. We've seen a lot of lockdown defense from both teams. A lot of rebounds, a lot of missed shots.
Up next for Union, home matchup between the Bulldogs and the Tigers of West Alabama. West Alabama, the top team in the Gulf South Conference. They're currently up by 10 over Christian Brothers right now, 55-45 in Memphis. That would be a big win. Right corner 3 by Parks. Money. And Ty Parks, red hot, give him 21 points and 10 rebounds. Another double-double, make it 5 of his last 7. And would have been a breakaway, fast break there for Union. Instead, going to be a foul on Clausey. And Ty Parks, season high is 22 points. With under 15 minutes to play, I think it's very likely that he surpasses that. Underneath, easy layup by Owens, his first basket of the night. And Owens, the leading scorer of this Montevallo team. He struggled a little bit here tonight, but finally gets on the board. Stovall inside, Hicks Gentry.
There a second ago, there's a little lack of movement, and we heard from the Union bench very heavily to pass the ball.
Peyton Stovall connecting from long range. Give him 10. Taranda Smith with his 5th assist. Union locking down on defense. And the foul is called on Ty Parks. And the Union bench cannot believe it. Coach Niven can't believe it. That looked like a clean swat there by Ty Parks. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let the crowd reaction tell the story.
Good job, Ty.
Copeland hits the first. Parks now with 2 fouls, the team's third. Two of 2 at the charity stripe. It's Copeland. It's now Union the other way, leading by 16. Stovall. Outside to Parks. Thought about it, didn't take it. That was a nice feed there by Stovall. Parks. Oh, late call on Owens. And Ty Parks will go to the line to shoot 2. Owens can't believe it. Oh my goodness. We almost had a top 10 highlight there. If that would have gone in, I'm going to need a minute after that one. First of 2 from Parks. Good. The rim is still shaking, by the way.
The anticipation here in the Fred DeLay gym as Ty Parks came up for that dunk, and then just a little bit of that we heard from the crowd as he missed it.
He gets 2 points the hard way. Not to say that poster would have been easy, so to say, or so to speak, but
Logan, you and I have a chance of making 2 free throws, but neither of us have a chance of making that dunk.
You have a fair point. You know, typically the adage is forcing them to earn 2 points the hard way, but, I mean, hey, I probably would have taken that highlight dunk over the 2 free throws there. Fight for the rebound. It'll be Union ball. And the referees confirm it there. See Coach Young frustrated with his team. Montevallo just hasn't gotten going here in this second half of play. They're 3 of 10, haven't connected from 3. Smith to Hicks Gentry. What a feed, what a finish.
Well, he drew 3 of the defenders on him and found an open man, passed it off.
Montevallo looking for anything. Get it to Owens, short. Montevallo with icicles on their hand. Ice cold here in the second half. Stovall. Stovall drawing the double. Montevallo switching up looks defensively here. 4 to shoot. Smith forced to pull up. Can't connect. Copeland to Solomon from downtown. Rims out. Montevallo again just ice cold, especially from 3. Smith in transition, tried to switch hands on the layup, but can't get it. Smith sitting at 9 points. He sat at 9 points for a good while. Hasn't scored here in the second half. Nice dish to Solomon. Long. Rebound by Smith. Smith to Parks. Parks to Stovall, and Peyton Stovall connects from downtown. His third 3 of the night. Ty Parks, his first assist of the night. What a game from Ty Parks. Season high is 11 rebounds. Actually, that's a lie. It's a little bit more than 11 rebounds. Parks is 11 right now. Could set new season highs in both points and rebounds here tonight. So again, Montevallo continues their cold streak. Trandis Smith continues his cold streak. He hasn't scored here in the second half. Clausey takes the charge. It'll be Union ball. Montevallo cannot buy a bucket right now. They're one of their last 11 and one of their last 16 from downtown. It's all Union here in the second half of play. We're going to take a media timeout. It's Union and Ty Parks leading the way. Bulldogs up by 23 here at the Fred.
So I'm just going to pour it right over top.
Hey!
There you see Coach Dave Niven in the huddle. His Bulldogs up by 23. Taking you around the Gulf South Conference. Lee at Alabama Huntsville, and don't look now, but Lee with a 35-24 lead over the Chargers. And again, if Lee wins that game, Union will move up to 5th place in the Gulf South Conference. So, and Lee a half game back behind Union. So, again, Lee up by 11 at the end of the first half in Huntsville. A surprise there early on. Meanwhile, in Pensacola, West Florida leading Delta State 54-45. A win there would actually move a win there by West Florida and a win by Union here tonight would actually move Union at a tie with Delta State. Of course, the tiebreaker would go to the Statesmen, but again, Union would be put in a position to perhaps host a Gulf South Conference tournament game. Smith can't get going. Valdosta State leading Mississippi College 92-68, under 7 minutes to play in the second half. Valdosta State is a scary team to play in the postseason. Travel there by Fuller. West Alabama up big over Christian Brothers by 15, 61-46. That is close to becoming a final there at Memphis. I'm sure the Bulldogs wish that Christian Brothers were that cold offensively when they played Monday night. CBU 33% from the field, 2 of 20 from 3. West Georgia 54 points in the first half against Auburn Montgomery. Marquil Smith with 29 points at the half. They lead 54-37. Stovall can't connect from downtown. On the drive is Copeland. No good there by Owens. Rebound by Updike. Hawkins with a board. Smith on the drive. Tries to draw contact. No good, but he gets his own rebound. Deep three from Clausey. Rims out. Rebound by Updike. Foul called on Stovall. That'll be his first. Team's fourth. Tevin Florent will check in for the Bulldogs. Smith and Parks out. Hawkins also in. See DeMarco Owens trying to get going. They'll call a foul on Hawkins. Owens, 2 points and 2 rebounds. He's the team's leading scorer and rebounder at 10.5 points a game and 7 rebounds. He's really struggled here in the past few games. He only had 4 points. He did secure 9 rebounds against Alabama Huntsville. Then 6 points and 5 rebounds against Lee. He hasn't started in his last 8 games, but he's in that stretch. He still is averaging his season average of 10 points a game. Foul called on Hicks Gentry, and that'll send Fuller to the line to shoot 2. Montevallo hasn't scored in the last 5 minutes. Perhaps that streak could come to an end.
Well, they sure needed to, Logan. If they want to continue and get back in this game, maybe make it close again, they definitely need to start scoring soon. They need to go maybe back with Curtis. Curtis definitely needs to be a factor here.
Timeout taken by Montevallo, and we'll take one with Coach Young. 23-point game. Union on top here at the Fred. I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39. And back we are here on E+ TV 6 to see the Union cheerleaders. A lot to cheer about as the Bulldogs lead by 23. We take it now to our sideline reporter, Reagan Smith. Reagan?
Well, guys, the coach seems to think he's found a little bit of a weakness in the defense. He says that the guys are supposed to be in the lane on defense for Montevallo. He says they've been cheating out toward the corner threes. That's due to a 4-guard lineup they've been putting out and the great three-point shooting that Union's had so far this game. He hopes to get some baseline cuts to try to minimize that cheating out toward the three-point line, yes.
And there you have it. Report from Reagan Smith. And Union, again, just dominating in the second half. They lead Montevallo 19-8 in the second half. At the line to shoot two is Micah Fuller, an 89% free throw shooter. He's 41 of 46. First one is pure.
Well, Reagan mentioned the little bit of the weakness in the defense. I think he's definitely found that tonight. Up 22 on a really good defensive team usually, but hasn't really shown that here tonight.
Yeah, Montevallo only gives up 66 points a game, and Union already matching that here. We've only played 11 minutes here in the second half of play. Stovall with it, and this is a Union team that is one of the top offensive teams in the conference too, and a lot of people really overlook that. They're averaging 81 points a game. 3 from Clausey, missing, put back, good by Hicks Gentry.
That's definitely the offensive rebounds the Union's been looking for.
Hicks Gentry now with 3 rebounds, 2 of them coming on the offensive side. Union switching to his zone. Copeland splits the gap. Nice dish inside, but the block by Florent. Owens with an offensive rebound and the putback. It was a good job by Montevallo, able to split the gap there, able to find the hole there in the zone and get a good look. But it was a good job there by Union on defensively, but Montevallo able to stick with it. Hawkins, now Clausey on the drive, the layup, no good, gets his own rebound. And the foul underneath on Hicks Gentry. That'll send him to the line for 1 and the bonus. We'll see who they call it on. They'll call it on Fuller. And that'll take us to a media timeout. Action has slowed here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. 68-47 the score. Union still on top.
So I'm just going to pour it right over top.
Hey!
Back we are on E+ TV 6. He's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley. And Union outscoring the Falcons 21-12. Falcons only shooting 4 of 18 from the field, 0 of 8 from downtown. They're 3 of 21 overall from 3. And really, Alexander, if Montevallo wanted to get back in this game, they only trailed by 12 at halftime. They picked the wrong time to go ice cold from the field.
Absolutely. Right when they needed to just come out hot at the end of the first half, they didn't. And it's really costing them here. Maybe if they can pull out here, play some defense, score some points, they might be able to catch up.
Union up by 21 right now. Ty Parks leading everybody with 23 points and 11 rebounds. Already has a new season high in points. Hicks Gentry will head to the line. The 6'7", 240-pound big man on the season, 25 of 29 from the line. Hits the front end of the 1-and-1. Hicks Gentry had a rough go of it in his last outing at Christian Brothers. He got the start in that game, didn't score, only played 8 minutes. But he had 21 and 7 off the bench at Mississippi College last Saturday. Goes 2 of 2 at the line. He has 6 here tonight. Montevallo looking for anything offensively. Copeland, left corner 3 by Solomon, got it. Their first 3 in a good while. They were 1 of 17 of their last 17 attempts. Not good.
I think I can make about 1 of our 17 three-pointers.
It's a bold statement there, Alexander.
We might have to get out on the floor after the game.
I've seen you shoot before, and I don't know.
Everybody gets lucky every once in a while.
That is true.
Say a little prayer. I think I can make 1 out of 17.
Yeah, I would be lucky if I could make 1 out of 50.
I made a layup in intramurals the other night. I don't know.
There you go. Hicks Gentry back to the line to shoot 2. Hits the first. Union from the charity stripe. Very good so far. They're 10 of 11. Can they go 11 of 12? We'll find out with you. They will. Hicks Gentry 2 of 2 at the line. Give them 8. And really, Montevallo has been ice cold, and Jeremiah Curtis has been absent. Haven't seen a lot of him here in the second half. He got a couple of quick buckets, but since then it's been goose eggs. Fuller on the drive. Foul goes to Parks. That'll be his 3rd.
Well, as good of a defense that Union's playing, 16 points is still pretty impressive.
And the foul will put Fuller at the line to shoot 1 and the bonus. First of 2, good. I mean, Fuller is borderline automatic each time he goes to the line. Sophomore guard out of Bessemer, Alabama. He's averaged 6 points per game last season for the Falcons. 2 of 2 there. Montevallo last season finished 15 and 15, 10 and 10 in Gulf South Conference play. Good for 7th. Got eliminated in the first round. It was their first season where they're eligible for Gulf South Conference postseason play. Hicks Gentry the right hook long. Rebound goes to Fuller. 3 by Solomon. Nice job there by Solomon. Faked Hawkins out. Was wide open for 3, and he drilled it. Kind of a dead crowd. Really nothing. It's been all Union here in the second half, so a lot to cheer about, but I mean, either way, it's been kind of a quiet lead here as Hawkins from downtown can't get it, but Hicks Gentry with a nice stick back. Hicks Gentry has been a beast on the offensive boards here in this game. 4th rebound, 3rd offensive. On the other end, Owens can't finish, but he'll head to the line to shoot 2. And for Hawkins, that's foul number 4. So Marco Owens will head to the line for the first time tonight, leading this team in free throw percentage at 80%, 64 of 80. First of 2, good. And Owens perfect from the charity stripe. 5.5 to play. Hawkins will take the ball up the court for the Bulldogs. Hicks Gentry, left elbow. Hawkins. Right elbow jumper from Hicks Gentry is nothing but pure string music. Hicks Gentry with 12. Solomon thought about it. Fuller will pull the trigger and connect. So 16-point lead now for Union. Clausey from downtown, good. It's Clausey's first three since the first half, first points since the first half, give him 15. You know, and it's also a good sign that Union is playing this well, given that it hasn't been the best game from Taranda Smith.
Yeah, they've really found other players to fill that hole that he usually fills.
Deep three, missed. Rebound, fought for and won by Copeland. Three, no good. Florent with the rebound, but yeah, Smith 3 of 13 from the field. He does have 6 assists and 5 rebounds to go along with 12 points, so not the worst stat line in the world, but you look at it and not what you're used to seeing, especially the last 4 games. Florent with the offensive rebound, and it will be stolen by Montevallo. 1-on-2. Solomon loses the handle, and it's a turnover.
Well, Logan, earlier I mixed up Smith and Parks, and I think it's a little more fitting now since Parks is really putting up Smith-type numbers.
23 points and 11 rebounds for Parks. Hasn't really done much here the past few minutes, but a great night nonetheless. Heading now to our final media timeout. It's Union coasting their way to a victory here on E+ TV6.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bites upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
Alexander, what are you doing Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10?
Well, of course, I will be right here in the Fred DeLay gym helping broadcast these games, Logan.
I don't think we're broadcasting on Sunday, but
Sunday. What am I doing Sunday? That's a good question.
And also,
of course, I am watching.
We'll probably be done on Saturday too.
I don't know. Overtime, Logan.
I'm trying to get you to say that you're going to be watching Steve Beverly's TV Classics.
Well, that's a given.
Because I know that as soon as I get done broadcasting, Steve Beverly will have the classic lineup of TV that honestly, I don't remember. It wasn't in my time period, but it was good TV. And so ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's TV Classics is right for you. I know it's right for me. And it's right for Steve Beverly. And it's right for Union here in this game, up by 19. 79-60 the score. We've seen this lineup as Clausey can't connect from 3. Seen this lineup here for Union in the past few minutes of Hawkins, Florent, Parks, Clausey, and Hicks Gentry. Playing zone, really playing bigger. With Stovall and Smith on the bench. 3 by Solomon. Short. Parks with his 12th rebound. Here's Hawkins. Nice layup, but can't finish. Now the other way, here's Montevallo. Under 3 to play. We'll take you around the Gulf South Conference and give you some updates as Owens can't connect. Second half just got underway in Huntsville. Lee with a 14-point lead, 38-24 over the Chargers. Would be a big win for Lee, and actually scoring update now, 46-43 is the score to Lee with a lead, but Huntsville cutting it close. Shot no good there. If Lee could pull off the victory, and Union could pull off a victory, that'll send Alabama, Huntsville, and Lee to a tie for 6th place. Union would move up to 5th. Micah Fuller having himself a nice ball game with 17 points after that three. In Pensacola, it's coming down to the wire. The Argonauts up by 7, 67 to 60 over Delta State. And win by Union, a loss by Delta State would push to a tie for 4th place. Of course, the tiebreaker would be won by Delta State thanks to the victory by the Statesmen, 2 victories by the Statesmen earlier in the year over Union. Valdosta State coasts to a 106-90 victory over Mississippi College. Bo Justice, one of the best players in the Gulf South, with 27 points. West Alabama knocks off Christian Brothers, 65-51 the final score. West Alabama remains in first place in the conference. Christian Brothers falls to 12-5. Valdosta improves to 12-4. So they'll move up to second as the three is good. A late rally here by Montevallo, but I believe it's too little too late. West Georgia leading Auburn Montgomery 67-52. Marquil Smith with 36 points. Hicks Gentry with a wild layup. No good, but he got hacked. He'll head to the line to shoot too. Marquil Smith with 36 points. I think he has a shot to set the Gulf South Conference high for the season in a single game. The previous high was set by Tyree Boykin earlier in the season against Spring Hill, the very first game of the year. Boykin had 48 points, which was the second most in Union history. Boykin played the first 6 games of the season. He's been out ever since. Hicks Gentry hits the first to give him 13. 5 Bulldogs in double figures. Second of 2 good by Hicks Gentry. Union hits their season average of 81 points. Montevallo at their season average of 66. Actually, I believe one over. They're 65. Deep three by Solomon. Long. And they'll call a foul underneath. We'll see on who. That's going to be the 5th foul on J.C. Hawkins. And we'll get a standing ovation here as Levi Shaw will check in with 34 seconds to play. Levi Shaw, the walk-on, 5th game played on the season. Shoot one in the bonus. We'll see if he has a chance here. He got his first 3 points at Shorter last month. And we'll see if Levi will get the chance to shoot the final shot here. Parks with it. Levi in the right corner off the screen. Hicks Gentry with it. Shaw, the 3, long. Shaw was off balance. He tried. And you see Shaw laughing about it too. Hey, you get playing time, you got to put up shots like that. You got to get in the scorebook somewhere. At least that's my mentality. Union will just hold the ball here, and Union, a much-needed win here tonight. 81-66 is the final score, and as the final seconds tick, the final horn sounds, and the Union Bulldogs have clinched a spot in the Gulf South Conference Tournament. 81-66 the final. What a night for Ty Parks. Another double-double, his 5th in 7 games. 23 points, 12 rebounds. 4 other Bulldogs score in double figures as Union improves to 16-9, 11-6 in Gulf South Conference play. At this time, we're going to take a 4-minute break, and then we're going to come back for the final stats, and we'll wrap things up here at the desk. Union, another victory here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. They pull out the 81-66 victory. We'll be right back after these messages.
Here's the best buy you can get for free. 54 unique and beautiful Tennessee state parks. You can hike and swim, fish and go boating, golf and camp out. Even enjoy our inns and cabins. And admission is always free year-round in your 54 Tennessee state parks. Go to TennesseeStateParks.com for fun and adventure, naturally.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles, portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers, the fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane, household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
Steve Beverly's TV classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV classics if bites upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
Gig, 1,000 megabit speed, now available to any E+ broadband internet customer. This gig-enhanced infrastructure has the capacity to increase speeds in the future. E+ broadband, what many interpreted as JA's entrance into cable television, was actually the foundation of an unparalleled communications infrastructure. Looking out for Jackson's economic and lifestyle future is all a part of JEA today.
This changes everything. TiVo is here. Search and control your cable channels and streaming video apps with one remote. Record 6 shows at once and build a library of favorites with one pass recording. Then watch on any TV in your home or browse and view on Wi-Fi devices with the free View It app. Call E+ Broadband to add TiVo and ask about our new packages.
And back we are here on E+ TV6. It's a final. Union clinches a spot in the Gulf South Conference Tournament. They beat Montevallo 81-66. He's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley. And what a performance we saw by the Bulldogs. Really came out on fire in the first half from downtown. They hit 10 threes in the first half and never really looked back. It was back and forth affair at the start, but Union really started to pull away and ultimately led to the victory. Let's go ahead and take a look at the post-game stats. As you see, Union shooting the lights out from the field at 41%, although in the second half they were only at 30% and were 4 of 16 in the second half from downtown. But as a whole, 41% from downtown as well in the game. 14 threes out of 34 attempted. They were 13 of 14 at the charity stripe. Montevallo was 12 of 13. Rebounding in favor of Montevallo, but still a good effort for Union on the offensive glass. 11 offensive rebounds. And again, against a good rebounding team like Montevallo, you'll take only losing by 1 rebound any day of the week, especially when it results in a win. 6 turnovers. That's one of the key statistics in this game. Union took care of the ball offensively. And again, Montevallo only with 11 turnovers, not bad. But at the end of the day, Montevallo just could not get going from the field, and Union just connected from the field. I think that's honestly the big difference in this game.
Absolutely. Yep, Union just made their shots efficient, and they worked it. They scored.
And we take a look now at at Montevallo. They had good performances from Micah Fuller, especially in the second half. Hit 4 threes, had 20 points. Jeremiah Curtis had 16 points as well. But for Union, really spread the love. 5 in double figures, including Ty Parks with 23 points. He had Taranda Smith with 12. Not really the greatest nights for him. 3 field goals of 13 attempted, had 5 rebounds and 6 assists. So not the worst performance, but not what you're used to seeing. But either way, the streak continues. 17 straight games for Smith in double figures. And you also look at J.C. Clausey, 5 threes. You look at LaDante Hicks-Gentry with 14 points off the bench. And you look at bench points. Union with 29 bench points. That's going to win you a lot of games, especially a team that doesn't have a lot of depth, which Union doesn't at this point. To be able to come out and perform the way they did, absolutely spectacular. Well, with about a minute before we have to pitch to our final break, Alexander, player of the game.
Well, you mentioned Union really spread the love, and that kind of sometimes makes it hard to pick a player of the game. But I think we have to go with Ty Parks and his double-double. He had 23 points, 12 rebounds. I think those numbers really just warrant player of the game.
5th double-double in 7 games. The young freshman Ty Parks making his case for Freshman of the Year in Gulf South Conference, and it would be the 3rd straight player from Union to win that prestigious honor. Well, we're going to take one more break, and then we'll wrap things up at the desk. We'll take you around the Gulf South Conference. Union, as we already know, clinched their spot, but they have potential to possibly host a game coming up Tuesday, March the 5th. We'll tell you more after this commercial break.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched, and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if fights upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
Stainless steel with the finest craftsmanship. Swiss made. That's worth like a bunch of hits. My dad doesn't even wear it all the time. He won't even know it's gone. I'll just take it out of his room when he goes to work. If he realizes it, I'll blame it on my little sister. I'll be set for a few days. It's okay. When I can, I'll buy him another one.
The world looks different when you're addicted to opioids. Don't let a prescription become an addiction. To learn more, visit opioidassist.com.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39. Back here on E+ TV6, we told you Union clinches a spot in the Gulf South Conference tournament. We'll take a look now at around the Gulf South Conference. West Florida knocking off Delta State. That means Union and Delta State are now tied. That's right, they're tied at 4th place, but that also is dependent on the finish of Alabama, Huntsville, and Lee. UAH leading Lee 60-54 with 2.5 to play. If Lee were able to win, that would knock Alabama, Huntsville out of that 5th spot for Union to be able to move up. Couple more finals to give you. Valdosta State with a victory tonight. West Alabama wins over Christian Brothers, and Marquil Smith in West Georgia. 40 points for Smith. West Georgia leading by 6 over Auburn Montgomery. But here tonight at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, 2 victories for the Union Bulldogs and Lady Bulldogs. Lady Bulldogs took it 95-74 over Montevallo, and on the men's side, 81-66 was the final. We'll be back here Saturday afternoon at 2 and 4 here on E+ TV6 as the Bulldogs will host West Alabama. We'll have the pregame for you at 1:30. But that'll do it for us here at the desk. For all of our crew at Worthy Road Studios, he's Alexander Bitterling. I'm Logan Whaley saying good night.